Welcome and good morning. If I'm looking to our hearing team, if you could please elevate the court reporter. It looks like we have two court reporter links this morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. I am ready whenever you are.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. With that, I will go ahead and get started with our introductions. Good morning. It is August 13th, 2025. I'm Nicole Kinsey, presiding hearing officer for the Administrative Hearings Office of the State Water Resources Control Board. This is the hearing on the pending petitions for change of water right permits 16478, 16479, 16481, and 16482 of the Department of Water Resources for the proposed Delta Conveyance project. We are conducting this hearing in accordance with the July 31st notice of public hearing and subsequent amendments. The hearing is being conducted by Zoom webinar and is being broadcast live on the AHO YouTube channel. The audio and video of this hearing are being recorded, and we will post files of this recording in the FTP folder. The YouTube recording will also be available on the AHO YouTube webpage. We have a court reporter with us as well today, and when we receive those transcripts, we will post them to our FTP site as well. As usual, Ms. Mullen of the AHO will be handling the screen sharing of exhibits and moving along with the slides. If you are a witness testifying today, I think we won't have anyone new, so we may not need that, but if you are an attorney, you may ask Ms. Mullen directly to please bring up a particular exhibit. We will take breaks today. We will have some kind of mid-morning break, a lunch break, and then once again a hard stop by 5 p.m., although I suspect we may finish up sooner today. I also wanted to note that we have State Water Board member Firestone joining us on our Zoom webinar this morning. So where we left things yesterday was cross-examination of State Water Contractor's first panel of witnesses. We left off with Ms. Meserve, who had not quite completed her cross-examination, and that's where I intend to pick up this morning. I had also left outstanding some questions about time estimates for cross-examination of the protestants' first three witnesses, and then State Water Contractors Panel 2 witnesses. My intent is to return to that maybe right after lunch in case any of you need more time to discuss those issues, and we can talk about it then. But other than that, and we will take appearances as we have done as needed as we move forward today. But other than that, are there other procedural issues that we should discuss before we get started? And if you would just go ahead and raise your Zoom hand and we will elevate you to panelist if you have anything. All right, hearing nothing, let's go ahead and get our essential participants elevated. We can start. Oh, looks like we have something from Rebecca Sheehan. If we can please elevate Rebecca Sheehan. And you are welcome to come on camera and off mute. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Rebecca Sheehan from Metropolitan Water District, and I was seeking to be elevated so I could object as appropriate this morning as well in support of state water contractors.
Thank you. And just so you know, we can't see you, although you don't have to turn on your camera, but it is black.
Oh, I thought I did. I have a bad camera. I
I
apologize.
think maybe you might have to slide your little, depending on what kind of camera you're using, it may not be.
Well, this may be better. I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you. Good morning. And Ms. Meserve, I see you're here. You're welcome to make your appearance this morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey. OSHA Meserve for San Joaquin County et al. Yeah, and as you indicated, I just had a few more questions for Mr. Goshi.
Wonderful. Thank you. And let's please elevate Mr. Krieger, who I assume is here today. Thank you. And then also we can look to our witnesses, the four witnesses. If you would please raise your Zoom hands and we will bring you up.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kenzie Miles Krieger for the State Water Contractors. And I want to note that we've actually requested that the hearing team email Mr. Eckhart a new link because he's had trouble finding it. So it may take him oh, there he is. Perfect. We're all good. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. And good morning, Mr. Krieger. And it looks like, good morning, Mr. Stone. Dr. Chilmakuri is here. I saw Mr. Eckhart earlier, and I believe we are just looking for Mr. Goshi, who is, I see his name. And there you are. Good morning.
Hear my voice. Okay, all the mute and cameras. All right, thank you.
Thank you. And if we can please elevate Mr. Butcher. Good morning, Mr. Butcher.
Good morning, Chris Butcher, Department of Water Resources.
Thank you. And before we get started, is there anyone else in our attendee list who needs to be elevated at this time? All right, then with that, I will just remind our witnesses that you are testifying under oath, which we conducted yesterday, and I will look to Ms. Meserve to finish your questions.
Thank you. Mr. Goshi, just as we were wrapping up yesterday, we were just looking for that the cost number that had been provided to Metropolitan with respect to a per acre foot cost number. And that was provided in the 2024 benefit cost analysis, which is actually included in DWR 114. If Ms. Mullen wouldn't mind bringing that up. It was also, if you recall, Mr. Goshi, that was presented to your board, I believe, in June of 2024 by DWR, as we had discussed yesterday. Does that sound correct?
Yes, that sounds right.
Anyhow, if we go, I believe it's page 11 of that report mentions this. There we go. Might need to zoom in a little bit, but it mentions this estimate of $1,327 per acre foot of an estimated cost for water that could be potentially delivered from the Delta Tunnel. Do you see that, Mr. Goshi?
Yes.
And so this was the cost that the benefit cost analysis used, and that was presented to your board in June. Is that right?
I believe so, yeah.
And is it your understanding that this cost number would be if the amount of water was reduced, for instance, by the incidental take permit restrictions, this cost number would go up? Like, for instance, the incidental take permit that was issued in February of this year, this cost number may have changed.
Calls for speculation.
Well, do you know if it changed or not?
Do I know if it changed, or do I speculate that it would change?
I guess, yeah. Do you know if the cost have you considered whether the cost has changed since there were additional conditions placed on the project in February of this year by Department of Fish and Wildlife?
Department, okay, and now I'm confused. So Department of Fish and Wildlife?
The California Department of Fish and Wildlife issued an incidental take permit in February of this year. Are you aware of that?
Not specifically, but what I don't understand what that has to do with the cost estimate on a future project. Right?
if there are, Mr. Goshi, if there are additional restrictions on the ability of the project to deliver water, would that make the cost per acre foot go up because not as much water could be delivered for the investment into the project generally?
Calls for speculation.
I think I understand this to be a hypothetical scenario, so I'll allow the question.
I'm sorry. Is this just a math question? That do I understand that a unit cost is based on a cost estimate and a unit benefit estimate, and the result would change as a result of changes in either one of those two? Is that the question?
I think that's fair. I mean, I'm just asking because you do planning for Metropolitan for water supply, it looks like. So, and it looks like this cost estimate that we're looking at here was used for planning purposes. So I'm just asking about some additional information that has come in, subsequently. And how you would consider, how you would take that additional information into account.
I think, Ms. Meserve, we need a question again now that you've laid that foundation.
Well, would you have to reconsider the benefit if the amount of water you could get per acre foot went down?
Reconsider the benefit or reconsider the cost per acre foot?
I think it would be either one. It would be if you were going to pay $1,327 and get less than an acre foot, would you have to reconsider the benefit that you were assuming to get for the ratepayers of Metropolitan?
Is it fair as a matter of general planning and cost estimates if I'm looking at a calculated dollar per acre foot of cost that decreases in the denominator would increase the cost per acre foot? I would say yes. I would anticipate that, just as changes in the cost, higher or lower, would change the cost per acre foot relative to what I'm looking at with specific assumptions for what those costs in acre feet are. Yeah, again, is that the question that I'm answering?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. And then when we were talking about the contingency, was the other part that we had gone into yesterday, Mr. Goshi, and this the benefit cost ratio that we're looking at, or benefit cost analysis that we're looking at, this report included a 30% contingency. And as a hypothetical, if, for instance, the cost was to go up to 80% because of the level of design being not very complete, or then if you had to look at an 80% cost increase, how would you plan for something where you didn't know? Let me strike that. Let's take down this slide. Thanks. When you're planning for Metropolitan's water supply in the future, and you don't know what the cost will be, what level of certainty do you look for in making those investments?
Objection, incomplete, hypothetical. It's very unclear what is meant by no costs are available, or what sort of planning decision for what sort of project. Could you please be more specific?
Mm-hmm. if the, going back to your slide, Mr. Goshi, where let's just say you were assuming that the per acre foot cost might be around $1,327 per acre foot. If the cost was twice that, would you still think that it was worth it? How do you decide whether it's worth it or not?
I'm sorry to object again, but where in his testimony did he provide that estimate?
And vague as to worth it?
I think maybe and Ms. Meserve, you can keep looking here, but clarify for me. I think what you're asking, Mr. Goshi, is are you asking for a general description of how these cost benefit calculations are conducted and what number of a cost benefit ratio is considered a yes to a project? Is that what you're getting to, Ms. Meserve?
Well, he's got, and I apologize, in on page 6, he's got a range of costs for state water project. And actually that range is 250 to 1442, if I'm reading it correctly. So the estimate in that DWR made for the tunnel is up toward the upper range of state water project costs.
Can we put this on screen?
Sorry?
Could we please put that on screen as to what you're referring to?
Page 6 of SWC 501. Kind of got to zoom in to be able to see the numbers. And then we looked at the cost estimate for the tunnel from 2023, again said 1327 per acre foot. And then we've talked about if that number is correct or not, which we don't know, but let's just say as a hypothetical, Mr. Goshi, if that cost was to double, then that would be 26. If that cost estimate was double, then wouldn't it be true that an option like recycling would start to look more feasible?
Are you asking me if, comparably speaking, I'm sorry, what number did you use? 2,600?
Yeah, I was just using round numbers.
Okay, no, that's fair. I just want to make sure I'm thinking of the same numbers. You know, the range on recycling is 1,000 to 3,500. So would I be drawing a conclusion that that's still comparable? I mean, all of these numbers are comparable on that single figure. That single figure is not the end all be all in terms of decision making, but it's information. I also wanted to clarify on this graphic. I think I testified yesterday that these are for everything on, well, actually for all of these numbers, these are historical actual costs for different projects, representative projects in the different categories. And the state water project cost is what we actually paid versus the water that we received over the years. So it doesn't have anything to do with the anticipated cost of future supplies in any of those categories. They're not necessarily indicative of what the going rate is going to be for those types of projects and availability for those types of projects in the future.
So if, for instance, there was a large cost overrun for the Delta Tunnel, if it was pursued, for instance, then the cost range for SWP could be quite a bit larger than shown here on the graph, right?
Not for this project. Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry, it's not clear what quite a bit larger means.
Well, for instance, if, if the cost turned out to be twice as large as what the estimate today is of 20 billion, then that would really pull up your yellow bar.
Again, is this just a math question?
Yes.
Could we be specific as to what the hypothetical is? You said 20 billion at some point, and I'm not sure what exactly the hypothetical is that we're discussing.
Let me jump in for a second
Excuse me.
because
I am not seeing who's objecting. It's not
Sorry,
visible in the Zoom.
This is Rebecca Sheehan from Metropolitan Water District.
Thank you. Could you come on camera? Or
Ms. Sheehan was not able to use her camera.
I think I may be on camera. I should be.
Yes, you are now.
Thank you.
okay, I'll just make a note that. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's pause here because Mr. Goshi, I think you were making an important clarification, which is the yellow bar on this graph, which says SWP. As I understand what you were saying, that reflects an actual historical costs per acre foot of state water project water. Is that accurate?
For Metropolitan, yes.
For Metropolitan. So there would be any changes in projected costs of the Delta Conveyance project would not affect this graph. Is that right?
That's what I think I was trying to say. That
Okay.
this graph is specific information that, yeah.
Great. Thank you for that clarification. With that, back to you, Ms. Meserve.
So I guess, yeah, my question would just be then, if we were to make a new graph, let's say, 20 years in the future that captured the Delta Conveyance project, then yeah, that was my question, then it would shoot up that cost quite a bit. And it would make the cost comparable, wouldn't it, to some of these other options that you've charted?
I'm sorry, that's an incomplete hypothetical. You're using terms like quite a bit and shooting up costs, and it's unclear what you're referring to explicitly.
Well, for instance, it would make the cost greater than water conservation, right, Mr. Goshi?
But that assumes facts, not an evidence.
I think, Ms. Meserve, I'm not sure we're going to get anywhere on this. I also, part of it here is that these are historical costs, as I understand them, and aren't necessarily scaled for future costs and availability. I'm just not sure we're getting any useful testimony in this line of reasoning. But if you'd like to keep trying, I think being more specific is going to be necessary here.
I will move on. I have one other question. Could we please go, Ms. Mullen, to land 9? Page 103. And Mr. Goshi, you may recall your staff has prepared reports regarding its Delta Islands. And I believe this report was prepared by Randall Nudek. I don't know, maybe we should have paused on the first page. Sorry, Ms. Mullen. Could we go back to that, please? Does this board report look familiar to you, Mr. Goshi?
The board report format looks familiar to me. Randall Nudek and the Bay Delta Resources Group, which this is labeled, is not under my purview. I'm the group manager of water resource management. So it wouldn't be correct to say that my staff prepared this report, and I can't speak to the specifics of this report.
Could we scroll down just to the bottom of this page, please, Ms. Mullen? Not sure if it has the date on it. Okay, oops. So this is from February of 2024, and then maybe we could just go to 103 again, please. And scrolling down to just the bottom, are you aware of the uh, discussions of improvements to what is termed the freshwater pathway to the existing pumps in the South Delta?
I'd like to object because the witness just established that he's unfamiliar with the facts underlying this report.
Noted, and I'll allow the question, and Mr. Goshi, you can caveat as needed.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Oh, are you have you heard in your capacity at Metropolitan discussions about improvements to what's termed as the freshwater pathway to the existing pumps in the South Delta?
Yes, at a high level.
And are you aware of the cost estimate your staff had prepared that puts the cost at 400 to 700 million to improve those levies?
The state's testimony, he just testified that his staff did not prepare this report.
I said Metropolitan staff.
Can you, I'm sorry, Ms. Meserve, can you repeat the question for me?
Are you aware of Metropolitan staff cost estimate shown on this slide of 400 to 700 million to upgrade levees to protect against earthquake and sea level rise on the freshwater pathway to the existing South Delta pumps of 400 to 700 million dollars?
Is the question, is he aware of it?
Correct.
Yeah, I think I said at a high level, in seeing this report that you've put up in front of me, and I mean, I've heard that number. I don't know specifically what goes into it or the difference between the criterias that you have listed here, but so aware, not familiar, and maybe is my answer.
Could we please, Ms. Mullen, just scroll a little bit so we could see the upper figure? And do you, just to look at the figure briefly, Mr. Goshi, see here where the box is checked for flood risk, earthquake risk, and sea level rise with this particular levee design?
I can see that on my screen.
I have no further questions.
Thank you, Ms. Meserve. With that, and I think we caveated that I'm not sure this is the correct order necessarily agreed upon, but next on my list, I have Mr. Busher, if that is, and I see a hand here. Mr. Busher, if we can please elevate you. Good morning.
Good morning, Hearing Officer Kinsey, Board Member Firestone, and the witnesses from the state water contractors. My name is Eric Busher. I'm the managing attorney at San Francisco Baykeeper, one of the protesting parties in this matter. I've got some questions, I think, for each of you, but I'll try it. It's pretty limited. I'll try and get through it as quickly as I can. Dr. Chilmakuri, I want to start with you. In preparing your testimony, especially as it relates to the DCP's purported water supply benefits or seismic resiliency benefits, did you perform any independent analysis, or are you just relying on analysis that has been performed by the Department of Water Resources?
Just the latter.
How long have you worked on issues related to the State Water Project?
Nearly 20 years.
Based on that nearly 20 years of work, do you agree that in that time, the State Water Project has had a negative impact on native fish and fisheries in the Bay Delta ecosystem?
I have no basis for me to agree with that statement.
I'm sorry, you cut out in the middle there. Can you repeat that?
I can't agree with that statement.
You do not agree with that statement?
No.
What's your basis for disagreement?
There's a lot of, I mean, you need to be more specific than that. It's a very general statement. I can't just agree to a very general statement.
Do you disagree with that very general statement, as you put it?
Lacks foundation to the extent it calls for expert testimony from a biological standpoint. Mr. Chilmakuri or Dr. Chilmakuri was not put on as an expert biologist.
That's fine. He's worked on compliance and operations of the State Water Project for 20 years. He testified yesterday about impacts to fisheries and the ecosystem generally. I'm asking a general statement if he disagrees with that.
Noted. And Dr. Chilmakuri, your testimony will be with understanding of your area of expertise. So go ahead.
Can you repeat the question, please?
I asked you if you agreed if the State Water Project had had a negative impact on native fish and fisheries in the Bay Delta ecosystem over the last 20 years. You told me you could not agree with it. So I want to know if you disagree with that statement or if you just have no opinion one way or the other.
Yeah, I don't have an opinion because you're asking a very general statement and you're putting forward a very general statement, and I can't be sure that it's always a negative impact.
So, and I'm not asking if it's always negative, just in general,
yeah,
overall.
I have no opinion. I don't have an opinion.
And if we focused specifically on longfin smelt, would your answer change?
No, it won't change.
And what about winter run Chinook salmon? Any change?
No.
Do you have any opinion about whether operations of the State Water Project over the last 20 years have had any impact on harmful algal blooms in the Delta?
Vague as any impact.
Overruled.
State Water Project operations or Delta export operations can have an influence on hydrodynamics in the Delta, and my understanding hydrodynamics can affect harmful algal blooms, but I can't say that one way or the other. I mean, it could be a driver, but I don't know that how it is affecting.
You say in paragraph 4 of your testimony, and if you want it on the screen, that's fine with me, that the State Water Project contractors pay for 100% of the costs of State Water Project operations, maintenance, and capital. Do I understand that correctly?
Correct.
Is it correct that general funds rather than State Water Project contractor funds were used to pay for the destruction and demolition of the salinity barrier in the Delta?
Objection. Can we please be specific as to what salinity barrier and when?
Well, let me try it this way. Dr. Chilmakuri, are you aware of the destruction and demolition of more than one salinity barrier in the Delta?
You need to give me some time frame, some additional information. I mean,
are you aware of the destruction or demolition of any salinity barrier during your 20 years of working on State Water Project operations?
there were at least a couple of years, the salinity barriers were installed during the drought period.
Okay. And were there also destruction or demolition of salinity barriers in the Delta during your 20 years of working on State Water Project issues?
Yes, they have been removed. I don't know the destruction and demolition, but they have been removed.
Okay. For the removal of salinity barriers that you are familiar with, is it correct that general funds, rather than solely State Water Project contractor funds, were used to pay for that?
I don't know.
Okay. Are you aware with the repairs that were performed with respect to the Oroville Dam spillway after its almost failure in 2017?
I know the spillway has been repaired.
Right? And is it correct that public funds, rather than solely state water project contractor funds, were used to pay for those repairs?
I don't know.
So you're not 100% sure, certain that the state water project contractors have paid for all of those costs in the past, correct?
Objection as to all of those costs. It's unclear what you're referring to.
The ones we just walked through.
Could we please put his testimony on screen as to what he stated, and then we can compare that to what you're asking about?
Is there a particular testimony you're referring to, Mr. Busher?
He says in paragraph 4 of his testimony that state water project contractors pay for 100% of the costs of the state water project operations, maintenance, and capital. My question is, given your lack of familiarity with who paid for repairs of the removal of the salinity barriers and of the Oroville spillway, are you certain that the state water project contractors have paid 100% of those costs as opposed to general or public funds?
Objection. We have not established that the salinity barriers are a part of the state water project.
But it misstates testimony to the extent that it reads into Dr. Chilmakuri's testimony the word repair, which is not there.
Dr. Chilmakuri, do you consider repairs to be maintenance of the state water project?
Yes.
Okay, so same question.
Mr. Busher, you haven't shown me that we did not pay for it, but let's assume that. But what I'm reporting here is what are the long-term contracts that our members hold with the Department of Water Resources and what their responsibility is. And that's what I'm characterizing here. And in the process of, if there were additional funds based on your word used in a particular project, that was a department decision. It's not that all I'm saying here is that our members are, and the contracts they hold are responsible for all the costs of the 3 categories I listed there for state water project.
Okay, so is it accurate then to understand your testimony in the first sentence of paragraph 4 as the state water project contractors have agreed to pay up to 100% of those costs as opposed to actually having done so over the last 20 years?
Objection. Argumentative.
Overruled.
Again, my testimony is contractors pay 100%. I didn't say paid for. They paid their bills, whatever amounts they were billed for. And that's basically it.
And is it fair to say that you don't know one way or the other whether DWR billed the state water contractors for all of the costs it incurred on repair of the Oroville spillway?
I don't know.
Okay. Is it correct that the state water contractors have agreed to pay for the costs of maintenance of the state water contract, regardless of how much water they receive?
I'm sorry, did you say, can you repeat the question, please?
Yeah, let me try it differently. You've testified that the state water contractors have agreed to pay 100% of the costs of maintenance, among other things, for the state water project. And I just want to confirm that that's correct, regardless of how much water those contractors actually receive.
That's correct.
So if we go through a series of dry years with near zero deliveries, the state water contractors are still responsible to pay all of the maintenance costs.
They are responsible for paying the bill, the state bills that they receive from DWR every year.
Okay. Do state water contractors pay transportation costs related to the delivery of water that they do not receive?
I don't know that they would be billed transportation costs if they didn't receive water.
Okay. Is it your opinion that if the DCP were constructed, that the state water contractors would be responsible to pay 100% of the maintenance costs, regardless of how much water was ultimately delivered?
I stick to my testimony that they would be responsible for 100% of the costs of operations, maintenance, and capital of the SWP,
Regardless of how much water is delivered through.
regardless of how much water is delivered.
Am I correct in understanding that there's substantial outstanding costs for repairing subsidence to the California aqueduct?
DWR is currently studying the impacts
Yep.
to the California aqueduct due to subsidence, and the costs are outstanding. We don't know, but based on whatever they come up with, that's when I mean, yes, there may be outstanding costs, but I don't know what those are or where there may be outstanding costs.
Would the Delta Conveyance project address subsidence to the California aqueduct?
No,
Can subsidence to the California aqueduct impact the amount of water supply that is actually delivered through the aqueduct?
yes, it can.
Would the Delta Conveyance project address the seismic risk posed to the California aqueduct?
Unclear as to the meaning of address in this context.
So let's pause for a moment. Ms. Sheehan, I'm wondering about your basis for participation in this part of the proceeding. My understanding is Dr. Chilmakuri is an employee of state water contractors, not Metropolitan Water District. I understood your participation with respect to Mr. Goshi. Do you have a response to that? Because MWD is not a party to this proceeding, as I understand, correct?
We're not a party to this proceeding, no.
So I would ask you, I don't believe you have a basis to participate with respect to Dr. Chilmakuri's cross-examination. State water contractors is well represented here by Mr. Krieger. So I would ask that you withhold your objections on that basis, but certainly with respect to Mr. Goshi, I can understand that participation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we may need the question again, Mr. Busher.
Well, and I would join the objection with respect to address.
I'll ask again. Dr. Chilmakuri, you've testified that one of the potential benefits of the DCP is that it addresses seismic risk to state water project facilities and deliveries, correct?
I don't think it's in my testimony, but that was in the DWR's testimony.
Okay. So I apologize. I was traveling for most of yesterday and listening remotely on YouTube, but I thought I heard you say that that was one of the benefits was the seismic resiliency based on the DCP. So do you have an opinion as to whether the DCP would make the California aqueduct or any other south of Delta conveyance that's part of the state water project system any more resilient to seismic risk?
Okay. Again, I did not provide any opinion on seismic benefits yesterday, but since you asked, I will say that it does provide DCP does provide a benefit in case there is disruption in the delta because of some seismic activity, if it does impact the South Delta and the existing South Delta pumps.
Okay. So and fair enough. Is it also correct that the DCP would not address seismic risk to areas south of the Delta?
That's correct.
Okay. Including the California aqueduct, correct?
Yes.
And then in paragraph 6 of your testimony, you discuss the state water project's provision of water to disadvantaged communities, and being between 6.6 and 8.2 million people that would fall within that group, correct?
Correct. I based that on the report I cited in my footnote 1.
Okay. And is it correct that the vast majority of that 6.5 to 8 million people that you are describing are located within Southern California?
I believe that's what the report says.
Are you aware of any of those communities that are covered by that description in Southern California where the State Water Project provides 100% of the water to those communities?
It may not be always, but again, it doesn't mean that there aren't communities receiving. I don't know one way or the other.
You can't identify any where the State Water Project provides 100% of the water as you sit here. Fair?
That's not true. There are areas in the state that receive just State Water Project, and I believe Mr. Goshi talked about that. Even in metropolitan service area, there are areas that are just SWP dependent.
And are any of those areas that are 100% dependent on the State Water Project, do any of them overlap with the disadvantaged communities you described in Southern California?
I don't have that information right now.
Do you have an opinion as to whether the existing water supply from the State Water Project is affordable for the disadvantaged communities that you describe in paragraph 6?
My opinion is that State Water Project water supply is one of the most affordable supplies for our members, and if further degradation happens to those supplies, that it would only make it harder for those communities.
So respectfully, that's not an answer to my question. Do you have an opinion as to whether the current State Water Project supplies are affordable for the disadvantaged communities you reference in paragraph 6?
Vague as to affordable.
I think that's fair, Mr. Busher, because I don't see affordable used in the testimony. Do you have a definition for that?
I think the witness just described it as one of the most affordable. Dr. Chilmakuri, do you understand what it means to have water bills? Do you understand? Do you have an understanding of what it means to have water bills that are affordable for disadvantaged communities?
I was talking affordable in the context of our members.
Okay. Do you have any understanding of what affordable means in the context of the disadvantaged communities you describe in paragraph 6?
Calls for speculation.
I'm asking for his understanding. Thank you.
Overrule.
I generally understand what affordability means, but again, I don't know this. I don't have a specific definition in mind right now.
Okay, so generally, in terms of water affordability, do you have an opinion as to whether existing State Water Project supplies are affordable for the disadvantaged communities you reference in paragraph 6?
I don't have any opinion other than what I said earlier, which is State Water Project water supplies are one of the most affordable for our members.
Thank you. You testified or discussed with Ms. Meserve some opinions about climate change. Ms. Mullen, could we pull up Exhibit Baykeeper 1? It was previously marked. Dr. Chilmakuri, do you recognize this document?
Yes.
And if we could go to page 19 of the PDF, please. I want to focus on the top 2 boxes in figure 4 on the screen. Do you see those, Dr. Chilmakuri?
Can I see the title of the figure, please? Yes, I can see them.
Right. And is it correct that the 2040 central tendency on the left shows an increase in runoff and precipitation in the Sacramento and San Joaquin River basins in 2040?
Did you say precipitation and runoff?
Precipitation and runoff, an increase in the 2040 central tendency in the top left figure of the figure, correct?
In the 4 Sacramento River Bay watersheds, yes, it does show that.
And fair enough, it shows a very, very small decrease in runoff in the San Joaquin River at Millerton, correct?
Correct.
Okay. With respect to the top right portion of the figure, the 2040 median, is it correct that there is a decrease in runoff in each of those areas?
Yes.
And is it correct that the water supply benefits of the Delta Conveyance project are different based on, which of those two worlds we may eventually live in?
Could be, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Chilmakuri. I don't think I have any more questions for you. Mr. Goshi, I have some questions for you with respect to your testimony here. First, if we could pull up the testimony and go back to figure 2 that you discussed with Ms. Meserve. I have just maybe one follow-up or a couple follow-up questions there.
Right.
Thank you, Ms. Mullen. So the yellow costs are historic actual costs of state water project water, correct?
Historical actual dollars per acre foot based on our expenditures represented in 2021 dollars and the deliveries that we received.
Okay. And that's what led to the $674 per acre foot average cost, correct?
No.
Okay, so I apologize, I misunderstood.
Actually, you know what? I might have stated that. It's the same set of data that results in the 674 that I testified. So yes.
Okay, and for the figures, the blue bars on this chart, are those also historical average or historical costs?
Yeah, my understanding is they were representative projects selected from each one of those areas.
And when you say representative projects, can you explain what that means?
Maybe an example would be the in the desalination column, the cost for the Carlsbad desalination plant in San Diego County would have been a representative project that is represented in that range of historical costs.
Okay, but it doesn't necessarily include, well, let me back up. Turning back to the yellow bar, does that include all of the deliveries from the State Water Project for the identified time period of the data set?
To Metropolitan, I believe so.
Okay. And for the desalination, does that include all of the desalination projects that Metropolitan uses or that its member agencies use?
Well, first of all, I didn't prepare this graph. This is cited as PWR 2023. I'm telling you, my understanding is that it is based on representative costs of actual projects as opposed to speculated costs of future development.
Okay, I'm just trying to figure out if we're comparing apples to apples here. I appreciate that it's all historical actuals, right? And so that part of it looks consistent. I want to know if it's all of the desal projects, all of the recycling projects, all of the stormwater projects, all of the water conservation projects, or just representative snippets of those.
My understanding is it's representative, not all.
Okay, so this does not account for all desalination. It just whatever DWR included is what's represented in your testimony. Is that fair?
That's my understanding.
Thank you. For the state water project costs, the $674 acre foot average, am I correct in understanding that that does not include the cost of treating that water when it's used for drinking water?
Yeah, that cost is all of the costs that we paid for state water contract supplies, which does not include treatment.
Okay. And so the actual cost to the member agencies for that state water project water that is treated to meet drinking water standards is greater than $674 per acre foot on average.
I don't think that's the right characterization. I would characterize it as the state water project costs are what I've listed there. And for agencies that require treatment from Metropolitan, they'll pay treatment charges for that water. We have a treated and untreated water rate.
For state water project water, can you estimate how much is treated versus how much is untreated, just as a comparative volume?
No, I'd be speculating at this point.
Okay. Do you have an estimate for how much greater the treated rate is than the untreated rate?
It's in the range of $300 per acre foot on a total fixed plus variable cost represented as a variable cost.
So I apologize. Economics is not my strong suit. I just want to make sure I understand that. If Met paid $674 per acre foot, the treated rate that its member agencies would pay would be give or take $975 per acre foot.
If an agency wants to pay for treated water, the surcharge for treated water is approximately $300.
Okay,
But
thank you.
what I was testifying to is that $300 is not representative of the variable cost of treatment, but the total cost of treatment, including capital and O&M of the treatment plants.
And then for paragraphs 25 through 28 of your testimony, you're talking about future water demands or water planning scenarios. Am I correct in understanding that you are relying on Metropolitan's 2020 Integrated Water Resources Plan for that testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And that 2020 is referred to as an IRP, correct?
Yes, Water Resources Plan, IRP.
And the 2020 IRP identified 4 different future scenarios to be used for planning purposes, correct?
That's correct.
And the IRP was not designed to predict which of those 4 scenarios was most or least likely to occur, correct? And all 4 of those scenarios are considered plausible by Metropolitan, correct?
Yes.
And am I correct in understanding that you're relying primarily on scenario D for your testimony here?
I don't think that's correct.
Okay. Maybe it'd be easier to do this. Ms. Mullen, I don't know, maybe 15 minutes ago, I emailed a copy of the 2020 IRP. If we could put that on the screen, I think it'll be Baykeeper Exhibit 8.
And I believe we have that. So here we are. She's fast.
Thank you. And I'll just note for the record, this one says SWC2 at the top because I got it from the sites proceeding where you testified and we had a similar discussion about this document a few months back, Mr. Goshi. This is the 2020 IRP that you were relying on, correct?
Yes.
Can we go to page 18, please, of the PDF? And scroll down and look at figure 3-1. These are the 4 scenarios that were analyzed in the IRP, correct?
A description of them, yeah.
Yes. And if we look at your testimony at paragraphs 25 through 28, and I apologize for bouncing back and forth, the only scenario I see referenced is scenario D. Am I missing something here?
Can you show me the testimony that you're referring to?
Yeah, this is Mr. Goshi's testimony. It's a PDF page. I believe it's 7 through the first 2 lines of page 8.
Okay, and can you repeat your question with regard to that?
Sure. I had read those paragraphs 25 through 28 as focused on scenario D as opposed to scenarios A, B, and C from the IRP. Is that fair?
I think when you say rely, I would have to add line 24 refers to the Camp for Water process, planning process, which uses the 2020 IRP as inputs. The specific choice of words on the targets there are identify, not implement, but identify. Scenario D being the scenario that requires the most needs identified was used for planning purposes in the context of this testimony.
Okay. So is it correct, and am I correct in understanding the Camp for Water process as decide, or the board based on that process planning to a scenario that represents the most extreme climate impacted future?
Can you repeat that question? I didn't understand.
Yeah, lines 22 and 23, you say Metropolitan's board voted plan to a scenario that represents the most extreme climate impacted future. Is that consistent with scenario D in your view?
Yeah. So that they did take an action to include in planning those impacts, which then emphasizes scenarios C and D.
Okay. And can you describe what the difference between scenarios C and D is? And if you want to go back to Baykeeper 8, that's fine with me.
The primary difference is the uncertainty in future growth and essentially the economy in Southern California. Scenario D represents a higher estimate of growth.
scenario D, more people and a faster growing economy than scenario C, correct?
Yes,
And both scenarios C and D represent the more extreme climate change scenarios that Met analyzed as part of the IRP process, correct?
correct.
Do you agree that the utility and cost effectiveness of a potential investment by Met in the Delta Conveyance project is different under scenario C and scenario D?
Vague as the cost effectiveness.
Mr. Busher, can you be more specific on that?
Well, let me try this way. Mr. Goshi, in your work for Met, do you consider the cost effectiveness of potential investments in water supply?
For implementation decisions, yeah. Yes,
Right. And do you agree that in considering the cost effectiveness for implementation decisions, the cost effectiveness of the Delta Conveyance project is different under scenarios C and D?
again, will you define cost effectiveness?
How do you use it in your work for Met? How do you use that term or define that term in your work for Met?
So I think a comprehensive look at costs of a project in total per acre foot, generally speaking.
Okay, so based on your use and definition of that term, do you agree that the cost effectiveness of the Delta Conveyance project is different under scenario C than it is under scenario D?
I suppose under some measures of costs. So, for example, the total cost, capital cost wouldn't change between the two scenarios.
I mean, no dispute there. Does the benefit change? If you need less water than if you need more water?
I'm in general, not specific to the Delta Conveyance project or any of the other projects.
I mean, we're here about the Delta Conveyance project, so I'd rather have an answer about that. But I'm trying to assess. Let me try it this way. You say in your testimony at paragraph 28 that that we've identified a target of 300,000, that Metropolitan has identified a target of 300,000 acre feet of core supply by 2035, additional core supply, and 650,000 acre feet of additional core supply by 2045, correct?
Yeah, the planning process identified that those would be the needs in the IRP needs assessment to achieve 100% reliability
Okay.
to the conditions listed in the scenarios. Yes.
Okay. And that's consistent with scenario D, correct?
Yes.
And scenario C, which also represents the most extreme climate impacts, identified new core supply by 2045 as 100,000 acre feet, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if we're going to make the same investment, because the cost of the project doesn't change between scenario C and scenario D, and the need is 650,000 versus 100,000 acre feet, do you agree that the cost benefit analysis or viability of the project is different in those scenarios?
Again, as a matter of math, sure.
Okay, is a matter of reality, is that also true?
Um, define reality. I don't know what that reality is.
What do you
That's
mean
why,
by, sorry, go ahead.
well, that's why this is represented as uncertainties in the future.
What do you
Uh,
mean by as a matter of math?
Well, I believe you're asking me if I'm using a measure of cost effectiveness as the useful acre feet of use at a particular project. You're basically asking me a math question on whether a relative measure like the cost divided by the acre feet would change based on the number of acre feet that are counted as useful or needed. And so that's why I'm saying is if you're asking me a math question, then yes, that measure would change.
When you characterize it as a math question, is that somehow different from how you use cost benefit analysis in your planning work at Met?
I don't think it's descriptive of everything we look at in the planning process at Met with regard to costs or benefits.
Okay, so I'm asking you, from the perspective of your use of the word cost benefit during the planning process that you do at Met, is the cost benefit of the project, the Delta Conveyance project, different under scenario C and under scenario D?
Yes, as a matter of math, it would be.
Okay, as a matter of how you use cost benefit planning at Met, is it also different?
I believe this was asked and answered. He had already replied previously that other considerations were included.
And so it's asked several times. It has not been answered. Mr. Goshi, I agree with you. I don't think I'm asking a particularly complicated or controversial question here, but I also think I'm entitled to a direct answer.
Go ahead, Mr. Goshi.
Right, and I think it would be
Okay.
that decision-making process hasn't been made for the DCP.
Oh, I understand. I just wanted to confirm that it's different under scenario C than under scenario D. So thank you.
It would be.
Okay. And does Met still believe that both scenario C and scenario D are plausible future outcomes?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have an estimate for how much money Met has spent so far in connection with the Delta Conveyance project?
No, I don't.
Can you give me an order of magnitude? I mean, $100,000, $100 million, $1 billion?
It's not $100,000. It's not $1 billion.
Okay. I mean, is it correct that Met has protested $200 million or so in DWR spending or Met's contribution and ask for DWR to refund that?
Objection to the context of the refund question. You mean for DCP or for something else?
Again, we're here about the DCP, so that's what I'm asking about.
I don't believe that Met has asked for any charges for the DCP to be refunded, no.
Okay. Do you have an estimate for the impact on Met's members, ratepayers of Met's spending so far on the Delta Conveyance project?
No.
You agree with me do you know whether those costs that have been paid to date by Met have been passed along to its members, ratepayers?
They've been passed along to our 26 member agencies in the form of the rates and charges. How those are passed along to the retail ratepayers, I don't know.
Okay. How has the impact, do you have an estimate for the impact of Met's spending so far on those 26 member agencies, rates and retail charges?
No, I'm not particularly aware of what that impact is.
Do you know whether the costs, if not eventually reimbursed by DWR, are affordable for Met's members?
Objections, vague and ambiguous as to affordable.
That's fair, Mr. Busher.
Mr. Goshi, do you have an understanding as to what Met's members can or cannot afford with respect to water costs?
I think questions of affordability are on a member by member basis. Those members are represented on our board of directors, and they make the decisions on whether to fund or not fund basically any element of Metropolitan's cost structure.
Do you have any opinions as part of your testimony today as to whether the DCP is or is not affordable for Met and its members?
That compound question, metropolitan entity is different than each of its member districts.
Fair enough. I'll take them one at a time. Mr. Goshi, do you have any opinions as you sit here today as part of your testimony as to whether the DCP is affordable for Met?
I don't have an opinion.
Do you have any opinion as to whether it is affordable for Met's members?
I don't have an opinion.
And I assume you also have no opinion as to whether it's affordable for those members' ratepayers.
That's correct.
Has Met agreed to fund the construction of the Delta Conveyance project?
No. I'm sorry, I said no.
I heard you. Sorry,
Okay. I didn't know if you.
Mr. Busher was thinking.
Okay.
I
That's
was
fair.
thinking.
I think I shouldn't assume, but I assume you were.
Internet problem yesterday too, so it's a little PTSD.
Ms. Mullen, or sorry, Ms. Kenzie, I may be done with this panel. If we could take a 5-minute break so I can look back through and see if there's anything else, I'd appreciate that.
Fair enough. Let's go ahead and make it 10. It will be our mid-morning break, and we'll come back at 10:31. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey. Thank you.
Thank you. And I see we have Mr. Eckert, Dr. Chilmakuri. There's Mr. Goshi, Mr. Krieger, and Mr. Stone. With that, Mr. Busher, do you have any more questions for these witnesses?
I do just have a couple more. Thank you. Mr. Goshi, just a couple last questions. With respect to the water supply benefits or impacts that you describe in your testimony, are you also relying on DWR's analysis, or do you relying on some separate independent analysis performed by you or Met?
Objection as to what DWR analysis are we talking about and for what conclusions?
Were you referring to a specific analysis, Mr. Busher?
I was trying to do it generally so we don't have to spend another half an hour going through this, but Mr. Goshi, you describe in your testimony the water supply benefits or the impact on Met's water supply that the DCP would have, correct?
Yes, for those I would have relied on I relied on the DWR studies.
Thank you.
And Mr. Busher, I'm sorry to interrupt you. I see that Ms. Moscal has her hand up, so let me just briefly address this. If we can please, there we have it. I believe you can unmute yourself. Ms. Moscal.
Good morning. I apologize. I'm going to be going next after Mr. Busher. I may have prematurely raised my hand.
Understood. Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing something. Thank you. And we will bring you up as appropriate. Back to you, Mr. Busher.
Thank you. Mr. Goshi, would Met's participation in the Delta Conveyance project, if constructed, increase the proportion of water that Met provides to its member agencies that comes from the Delta?
It calls for speculation.
If you can answer, Mr. Goshi, please do.
I can't answer specifically. That would depend on a whole range of other water supplies that have been developed or are going to be developed.
Okay. Would it increase the amount of water that Met receives from the State Water Project that comes from the Delta?
Vague as the time period being near term versus far term into the future with climate change.
So while the project is operational?
I think I need more specifics, like I would need more specifics under specific year, hydrologic condition, other operating conditions.
Let me try it this way. Based on your understanding of Met's planning process, would it agree to participate in the DCP if the DCP was not going to increase the amount of water it received from the State Water Project?
Unclear as to time frame. Do you mean as compared to today or as compared to that point in time with and without DCP?
I'll take any answer you can give to that question, Mr. Goshi. I didn't think this was going to be a hard one either.
Are you getting at like for lack of a better term, the useful benefit, the useful yield of or deliveries from the project?
So I want to know if, let's do it this way. If we get to 2050 and we're thinking about an average hydrological year or a normal hydrological year, and the DCP is operational, is Met going to get more water from the Delta than it would if the DCP wasn't operational?
It calls for speculation in terms of what future conditions are.
This whole process calls for speculation if that's the standard.
Well, I think Mr. Busher, what is in that scenario, you're referring to more water as compared to a no DCP scenario, not more water as compared to today necessarily. I just want to make sure we have a clear baseline.
Correct. I'm just trying to figure out if we are, I mean, candidly, I'm trying to figure out if we're increasing or decreasing our reliance on the delta as a source of water. That's a legal question. I'm trying to ask it as a fact question that we're talking about what's going to happen 20 years in the future. Like, I don't know. I can't control that. That's when the project is going to start, in theory.
To the extent you can answer, Mr. Goshi, please.
Well, is this a question about reliance on the delta, or is it a question about as presented information on planning information on the DCP project?
Let me try it this way. At the time that if the DCP becomes operational, at that time, would participation in the DCP result in more water from the delta for Met or less water from the delta for Met?
I think I think I can say that it's the flexibility benefits and operational benefits of a range of conditions at that time that would lead us to believe that to make a decision to participate in the DCP.
Let me try a question this way, Mr. Goshi. Based on your knowledge and understanding, at the time that if the Delta Conveyance project becomes operational at that time and in an average water year, would you expect that Metropolitan Water District would receive more state water project water than it would if the DCP were not operational at that time? Do you have an understanding or belief about that?
Yeah, I think that's what I was trying to say. My belief is that the flexibility in operations provided by the DCP would help to increase the reliability of the project under a range of conditions that I can't speak to specifically, but under a range of conditions, the more flexible project would likely provide more reliability for state water project supplies.
And in that response, by reliability, you mean an increase in the volume of water delivered in a particular year?
I think depending on those conditions. Sure, I think I'm trying to say that if those conditions don't exist, then no. If they do exist, then probably.
I guess maybe if I can, and excuse me, Mr. Busher, for interrupting your cross-exam here, but
Please,
I'm trying to
please.
get into the reliability. I would like to understand better what we mean by reliability here. Would it be fair to say that by reliability, you mean an increase in the average amount of water that would be delivered to Metropolitan Water District?
I'm sorry, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I'd like to object as to increase in terms of what are we increasing against? Are we talking about with declining state water project supplies, and so an increase relative to that decline, or what exactly are we looking at conditional?
And that's fair enough. So let me look at. I think Mr. Goshi mentioned an increase in reliability. So that's where I got the term. Maybe let's just focus on reliability. What do you mean by reliability in your response, Mr. Goshi?
Yeah, generally referring to water supply under a wider range of conditions.
So increased reliability means what?
Let's see if I can give an example. So say I have 10 year types and conditions, and without a project, I would get 10 acre feet in each one of those conditions. Yeah, that's not a good example.
I think some of the mismatch is unclear because we're not really acknowledging what kind of water year type we're talking about, and that maybe that there's a difference. And so I think it's difficult to maybe answer if he doesn't quite know specifically as to conditions.
I'm just looking for a general definition of, I'm trying to really understand the testimony as to and I believe it appears throughout, and maybe Mr. Goshi, I'm putting this on you because you happen to be on the hot seat. It may be an unfair question for you, but I really truly am trying to understand what reliability means in this context, because a lot of this case focuses on reliability. So this is somewhat back to DWR. This may be something worth discussing in your closing brief or having your witnesses testify to on rebuttal. But I would like to understand Mr. Goshi's understanding of reliability. And if you need a caveat based on your type, anything like that, and an example would be great if you can think of one. I realize you're on the hot seat and I put you on the spot, so I appreciate your thought on this.
Right, and I think I think I'm being careful here to not the basis of more, I think, is the issue here. With and mixing it or kind of combining it with the answer on reliability. Maybe I'll try this. So Metropolitan's Table A contract is for 1.911 million acre feet. You know, that was also the basis of the cost allocations that met place. So one definition of reliability could be how often and how close to that contract delivery that you might get. That could be one measure of reliability. So, you know, if you look at a historical average, and I think Mr. Eckhart testified to this, historical average deliveries was to about 50% of the contract. Some could relate that as that contract is 50% reliable, if that's helpful. So an increase to an average of, say, 60% of the contract would be an increase in that measure of reliability. But what I want to emphasize is in either case, based on the information that I've seen, it's not increasing the quantity of water, definitely relative to the contract. It's increasing the quantity of water relative to the condition that that the DCP or the project would or wouldn't be able to address in that specific time. So that's why I'm struggling with the answer, because I want to keep those things clear.
Thank you. I think I understand that, and thank you. I appreciate that response. It's helpful. And with that, I will turn things back to you, Mr. Busher.
Thank you. I appreciate the attempt and clarification. Mr. Goshi, based on your experience at Met, does it invest tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in water supply projects that do not increase its water supply?
Again, there's that word increase. Are you talking about increasing our total water supply or by individual project?
I meant just as a general matter, does Met invest tens or hundreds of millions of dollars in water supply projects that do not increase the amount of water supply it has available? Increase can be the same amount more frequently, or it can be more at the same rate as the less frequent amount used to occur, right? Both of those are increases. But does it invest that kind of money in a water supply project unless it believes it will increase its water supply?
Increase its reliability of total water supply under specific conditions. Yes, that's what we do.
Do you believe that the DCP would increase how often Met receives greater amounts than it currently does as a percentage of its water supply contract?
I believe that was indicated in the DWR studies that were provided.
Do you agree with that?
Relying on those studies that are using the operation, project modeled operations of the flexibility that project provides under those conditions. Yes.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goshi. I don't have any further questions for you. I just have a couple of questions for Mr. Stone and Mr. Eckhart. Mr. Stone, you're next on my Zoom box here, so I think I'll start with you. I appreciate you being here today and answering questions. I will be as brief as I can here. Did you perform, or your agency perform, any independent analysis about the water supply impacts of the DCP, or are you also relying on DWR's analysis?
That's correct. We're relying on the DWR analysis at this point.
And has your agency made a determination whether or not to fund the DCP?
Our determination has been incremental in each planning stage, so we have not made a final determination as to the ultimate project.
Either construction or participation, correct?
Correct. Each tranche of funding, we're bringing it back to the board to consider at that time.
Okay. I'm going to ask you, I think, the same question I asked Mr. Goshi. If you have the same answer as him, we can skip the merry-go-round, and you can just say that. But would your agency's participation in the Delta Conveyance project increase or decrease the amount of water you receive from the State Water Project or the Delta?
Yeah, I think the discussion from the hearing officer helped clarify that somewhat. Our view of this is really looking in the future, what the potential loss of supply is without addressing the conveyance issue. And so it's couched in terms of that analysis.
So if you are at, use easy numbers, 100 acre feet as an annual average amount now, and the future is going to cause you to drop down to 80 acre feet, the DCP helps make up that gap and increase from 80 back up somewhere close to 100. Is that fair?
That's my current understanding of the analysis.
Thank you. That's all the questions I have for you, Mr. Eckhart. I will turn to you last. No surprises here, same list of questions. Are you relying on DWR's analysis of water supply, or have you performed, or your agency performed, any independent analysis of the potential water supply benefits?
DWR analysis.
And has your agency made a final determination as to whether or not to fund or participate the construction or operation of the DCP?
Not at this time, just same answer as Mr. Stone's. We're doing this as a step-by-step process at different phases.
Okay. And does participation in the DCP, would that increase the amount of water that you receive from the State Water Project? Same discussion and caveats we've had with
similar answer. We're looking to preserve our contractual amount as much as we can. We are also looking at tools in the toolbox for projected climate change and have optionality, especially during wet years when the system has water.
to be able to capture or receive more water during those wet years than you would absent the project or do now, correct?
Yeah, the project is to restore our contractual amount and relies mainly during the wet year flows when water is plentiful. DCP is a wet year program for the most part.
At least for your agency.
For our agency, that's our adaptive. Yeah, that's our strategy.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you, all four of you, for your time this morning and in answering my questions. I will turn it over to, I think, Ms. Moscow.
Thank you, Mr. Busher. And Ms. Moscal, you're welcome to come on camera and off mute. Oh, we may need to elevate. I believe we need to elevate Ms. Moscal. I apologize. There we are.
Good morning, everyone. Ellen
Good morning.
Moskal, representing Sacramento County Water Agency, Sacramento Area Sewer District, the City of Stockton, and Byron Bethany Irrigation District. I have questions today for Mr. Stone, Mr. Eckhart, and Mr. Goshi. Thank you all for being here today and answering our questions. I will start with Mr. Stone. So Ms. Mullen, could you please bring up exhibit SWC 400 and scroll to PDF page 3, lines 24 through 26. Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Stone.
Good
You
morning.
testified here that the Santa Clarita Valley Water Agency, which we can refer to as the agency, will make significant investments in local projects, conservation, and water storage and banking to provide reliability of water supplies, in addition to the DCP. Can you tell me what local projects the agency is currently aware of that it could invest in to increase water supply reliability?
Yes, I think that testimony refers to investments in additional water recycling as we build out more systems, ongoing investments in conservation, and investments in water storage and banking.
Do you have specific examples of projects that the agency is currently aware of?
We are currently constructing an extension of our recycled water system within our community. It's actually construction that's underway. We also have a portion of the service area that is being built by a developer with dual water recycled system because of its proximity to the regional wastewater plant. And let me think if there's anything else current. In terms of conservation, we have a whole array of efforts there, including commercial apartment retrofit program, turf replacement program, and audit program. And of course, we're gearing up for implementation of the state's conservation of as a way of life framework as well. So looking at some of the additional elements there. For water storage, we have a couple of banking agreements that are ongoing. We are evaluating a number of other alternative options, including participation in sites reservoir, potential other banking arrangements, and evaluating what the potential is for local recharge and how that would or wouldn't augment our basin based on the hydrogeologic issues with the basin and other related issues.
Okay, great. Thank you. So the extension of the recycled water system you first mentioned, do you have an estimate on the amount of increased supply you expect to result from that project?
At my fingertips, no. We do have information, I think, published in our urban water management plan on assumptions, and we have our right in the cycle, as you know, probably for the next update of that plan, which would be coming out sometime next year.
Okay. And as part of that evaluation, has the agency considered the estimated cost per acre foot of the water that the project is expected to produce?
When we formulated the current extension that's being constructed now, and this has been some time ago, probably pushing almost 10 years back, we had done some analysis of comparative extension options and what those costs might be. I honestly don't remember. I do think they were the ones we went forward with were the ones that we felt were the lower costs of the or higher feasibility probability of success, if you will, alternatives. So we've done a couple of those extensions in the last 10 years, including the one that's under construction.
Okay, great.
Suffice it to say, I'm pretty confident they're more than the average state water project costs.
Would you say that they're more than the average state water project cost that's expected based on including the costs of the Delta Conveyance project?
Really haven't done that comparison at this point.
Okay.
As I think I testified to a previous question, we're looking at the Delta Conveyance step by step. So we have made funding commitments to continue the planning, and we will evaluate the ultimate participation in that project at the next stage or the stage after that, I guess, depending on how it goes.
Great. So turning to conservation, I have some similar questions. You mentioned a commercial apartment retrofit program, turf replacement, and audit program. Do you have any estimates of the volume of water that will be conserved by any of those efforts?
Again, not at my fingertips. I believe we look at our, I think the testimony includes some information on progress that we've made over time in reducing per capita use. And that was the main reference that had any kind of, I guess, statistics attached to it. Did not have cost statistics, but it had per capita reduction reference to our water supply report. I just noticed it because the footnote's hanging right there in front of me. But we don't have, at least I don't have at hand, detailed costs by program. I think we are in the midst of preparing a water use efficiency strategic plan that's tied to trying to implement the conservation as a way of life framework and look at what both the potential conservation and sort of a ranking of cost and feasibility of different options for programs are.
Okay, great. So turning now to water storage, again, you mentioned that you have some ongoing banking agreements. Do you have any estimates of the volume of water that can be stored pursuant to any active banking agreements?
Each agreement has specific terms, and they do vary. I'm trying to recall. I think I probably can't give you too many specifics on the agreements because the terms do vary. Some of the agreements have both a time period and a volume or a number of cycles through the storage. So I can't at this point. I think one of the things we look at primarily is how much water can we store and how much water can we retrieve in a dry year. And so those are important factors for us. And then the agreements do have provisions for extensions.
Has the agency evaluated the cost per acre foot of the water that it can store under these banking agreements?
I'm not aware of current or recent evaluation of that. I would guess, and again, it predates my time here, that at the time we entered into those agreements, there was some kind of evaluation of that agreement versus other alternatives at the time, as well as the benefits provided in terms of addressing dry year reliability, which is typically one of the key issues to counter the operational issues with the project and just with hydrology in general.
Okay, great. Thank you. Ms. Mullen, if you could please scroll up a little bit to paragraph 10 on the same page. So here, Mr. Stone, you testify that state water project supplies are important to the agency to maintain customer affordability. I know that you have responded to Mr. Busher, and you also reiterated at the beginning of our conversation that the agency is considering whether to approve DCP funding as each step progresses. But I am curious whether in any of your previous approvals of DCP funding, the agency has considered whether DCP water would be more or less expensive per acre foot of water delivered to the agency than other water supply reliability projects that are available to the agency.
Yeah, I think in looking at the decision about pursuing planning for that project, as with other projects that we have invested planning funds into, I think we consider what the potential costs may be, as well as what some of the potential benefits or issues that the project could address. With respect to the statement there, I think it's fair to say we have a pretty significant ongoing investment in the state water project, and the viability of that project is therefore somewhat entangled in the economics of affordability in our service area. So many of the project investments are not only looking forward in a water supply sense, but also looking at, are we devaluing the larger investment in the project by rendering it less functional without making that investment?
Okay, thank you. So moving on, has the agency approved any water rate increases in the last year?
Yes.
What was the increase that was approved?
I will get close to this number. We did a Prop 218 rate case, and that increase was, I'm going to say, between 9.5% and 10% a year over the next 5 years.
Okay. And was any portion of that increase intended to pay for any costs associated with the Delta Conveyance project?
Over the next 5 years, no.
Has the agency considered whether participating in the Delta Conveyance project would impact its water rates in the future?
At this point, we haven't, again, I think because we haven't done the final evaluation, most of those costs are being paid on a pay-as-you-go basis and not having the kind of future impacts that it would be if you were, say, debt financing.
Okay. Has the agency determined or at all considered the maximum rate increase it would be willing to impose in the future in order to pay for the costs of the Delta Conveyance project?
No, we don't have any specific limits. I do think as part of any rate setting process, the elected board will typically take public testimony and look at analysis for alternatives, look at the impacts of not pursuing the suite of activities or projects that are inherent in the rate analysis. Not just one project, but looking at all projects and activities, and evaluate what the best course of action is for the public interest of the community that they serve. Not
Okay.
raising rates can also lead to erosion in reliability or water quality or levels of service. So those are all things that have to be factored into that decision.
Okay. Earlier today, when you were speaking with Mr. Boucher, you indicated that you were participating in the DCP in order to ensure that any decreases in state water project reliability were negated, essentially, to make up for that anticipated decrease in supply. Is that an accurate representation?
I think I was answering a specific question, which took some time to clarify with the prior witness about increases in reliability or increases in use. I'm not sure, but I felt that the clarification that the hearing officer offered was where I wanted to land with my answer to that same question. So it wasn't necessarily about the decision to participate. It was about the opinion about whether the project would increase the amount of water someone took. And I felt it was more appropriate to answer in terms of DWR's analysis, which we also referenced, which looks at the reduced output of the project over time without the DCP in comparison to with the DCP. So that incremental supply, whether it's an increase or a reduced decrease, I guess, was what I was referring to.
Okay. So is it fair to say that your opinion that without the DCP, the reliability of the state water project will decrease in the future is based on DWR's report that you just referenced?
I think so, yeah.
Is it based on any other reports or experiences?
I think on the water supply aspect, it's based on DWR's work. There are resilience aspects that have been referenced also in testimony about seismic and climate change, which is somewhat embedded in DWR's supply work.
Okay. I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you, Mr. Stone.
Thank you.
I do have a few questions for Mr. Eckert now. One moment. Okay, Ms. Mullen, could you please pull up Exhibit SWC 600 and scroll to paragraph 5, which is near the top of page 2. Thank you. Mr. Eckert, you testify that groundwater is recharged by the agency in part using state water project imports to recharge basins, correct?
Correct.
What groundwater banks does the agency use to recharge groundwater basins with state water project water?
Well, I wouldn't say groundwater banks. We manage our own groundwater basins here locally primarily. And then we've also been, we have some water in the, well, we've done some exchanges with other contractors that we've been in discussions with for future external banks. But for the most part, we are blessed with natural infrastructure and local groundwater basins. And so when we do water spreading, it's here locally, and we capture those in our various storage accounts through a water master.
Okay, thank you. Does the agency report any data regarding its underground storage of state water project water to the State Water Board?
We work very closely with the water master, who's overseen by the local Riverside Superior Court, and they have to produce an annual report of a water accounting annually and submit that to the court.
And does that report include the source of the water? So it would say whether it was State Water Project water?
It does take into account imports for that year, yes.
Okay, but that just goes to the court. It doesn't also go to the State Water Board or Department of Water Resources?
I believe adjudications now have reporting requirements to submit those data to the state. And then we also have a couple of groundwater sustainability agencies in our area that have to do annual reporting.
I'm going to be repetitive, I apologize, but would the annual reporting by the groundwater sustainability agencies indicate the volume of stored water that was sourced from the State Water Project?
Currently, there's no recharge in the GSA areas. There is planned future recharge, but at that time, it's typical accounting. I think that would be a typical business practice to report that to the state.
Okay. Does the agency maintain any records showing the amount of State Water Project water that was stored in groundwater basins and is later put to beneficial use?
We have an accounting of how much water has been imported on an annual basis. After that, it just recharges into the local basins. We're a wholesaler, so we don't have direct customers. Retail agencies extract that water and put that to beneficial use, and that's the retailer's business.
Okay. Ms. Mullen, if you could please scroll to page 10, paragraph 23. Thank you. So, Mr. Eckert, here you testified that affordability is especially critical in the San Giorgio Pass region. You do not, however, testify about the cost of State Water Project water, correct?
I don't believe that's in my testimony.
Do you expect that the cost of State Water Project water will rise in your region due to the costs of the DCP, provided that you approve payment of those costs?
Calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer, Mr. Eckert.
Right. We don't know. We have many investments. We're at the end of the line of the State Water Project, so we've had to do the East Branch extension and create bonds for that. Some of those bonds get paid off the next few years. So certain costs get paid off, certain costs come in, and then also we are in a growth area, and a lot of our ad valorems pay for State Water Project associated costs. So it's a complex question. As of right now, we believe that the DCP is we're paying planning money, and so we're continuing to investigate, and we're still very much interested in making our investments in the State Water Project reliable and resilient moving forward.
The agency receives its funding through property taxes rather than rates, correct?
It's a mix, but property taxes is a material portion.
What makes up the remainder of your funding?
Water sales and then some other general taxes that come in through the county.
When did the agency last raise its tax rates?
$2010.
So given that it was in 2010, I probably know the answer to this question, but did that increase account at all for costs of the Delta Conveyance project, such as planning costs? Yeah, don't answer that question. That would have been water fix.
Yeah.
Moving on. Has the agency evaluated whether it will need to raise its property taxes or other water costs in the future to pay for the DCP?
I don't want to speculate, but as I mentioned before, we have costs that are dropping off and we have other costs that are coming in. So the answer is we have not done that study. We are still in the planning process, but Yeah, that's where we're at. We have not done that analysis. Again, we have cost moving in, cost moving out, and we are continuing to take step forward and make those evaluations with level of participation and the decision to participate at all. Those are board decisions, and that will happen at various milestones throughout this planning process.
Okay. Does the agency anticipate raising its property tax rates in the future in general? Are there any conversations of pending increases?
It's a board decision.
Okay, well, thank you, Mr. Eckert. I have no further questions. I will move on now to Mr. Goshi. Ms. Mullen, if you could please pull up Exhibit SWC 500 and scroll to page 2, paragraph 8. Thank you. One moment, please. Let's actually go to page 5, paragraph 16. My apologies. Thank you. Mr. Goshi, you testify that Metropolitan recharges groundwater basins using imported water primarily from the State Water Project, correct?
Yes.
What groundwater banks does Metropolitan use to recharge groundwater basins with State Water Project water?
I think there's a differentiation between groundwater basins and groundwater banks. So several of our 26 member agencies are groundwater management or groundwater using agencies, and they, on behalf of the basin, purchase State Water Project water for use for recharge. And I'm differentiating that versus our participation as Metropolitan in groundwater banks, such as the Semi-Tropic Water Storage District, groundwater banking program, and several others that,
Okay.
yeah.
So speaking to the groundwater banks that Metropolitan uses, are any of those banks designated as points of rediversion in the State Water Project permits that are subject to this hearing?
I don't know.
Do you know who would know?
Points of rediversion subject to this hearing. I think that's what I'm having problems with, or trouble.
Yeah, I can clarify a little bit. So the State Water Project water right permits that are subject to this hearing have points of rediversion that are authorized within those permits. I am asking whether you know whether any of the groundwater banks that Metropolitan stores State Water Project water in are designated as points of rediversion within those permits.
I don't know specifically.
Okay. Does Metropolitan report any data regarding its underground storage of State Water Project water to the State Water Board?
I don't know.
Do you know who would know?
There's different State Water Board reporting areas, water quality, water supply. So I would assume our operations division would know.
Okay. Does Metropolitan maintain records showing the amount of State Water Project water that is infiltrated into groundwater basins or stored in groundwater banks?
I believe so.
Do you know where we could access those records if they're publicly available?
Yeah, Metropolitan's data is publicly available. It's publicly available. We can make it publicly available.
Okay, like through a Public Records Act request, for example.
Yeah, that would be one way.
Does Metropolitan maintain records showing the amount of state water project water stored in groundwater basins or banks that it later puts to beneficial use?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion regarding beneficial use.
Noted, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Goshi.
We keep records of water that is stored and withdrawn from our groundwater banks. And indirectly with the groundwater basins, estimates of production of out of those groundwater basins through an annual survey.
Does that track whether that water was put to beneficial use after withdrawal, though?
Same objection.
Noted.
All water we deliver out of those banks, the groundwater banks that Metropolitan provides, are delivered through our system and ultimately stored or purchased by our member agencies.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Goshi, and thank you to Ms. Mullen and the rest of the hearing team. I have no further questions for this panel.
Thank you, Ms. Moskal. Next on my list, I have listed here Mr. Moore. Mr. Moore, if you are ready to proceed, well, let's go ahead and elevate Mr. Moore. Hopefully he's ready to proceed. There we go. We have a hand. Good morning, Mr. Moore. You're welcome to come on camera and off mute.
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. This morning we had some internal dialogue among the protestants who were doing cross-examination today, and we may have gotten our wires crossed a little bit. I found out that this morning that I'm going to receive a call on another matter in several minutes that unfortunately it looks like I cannot avoid. And my understanding was that Ms. Desjardins, I believe, was going to go next and that I would be going after. And I hope that will be okay.
It would be fine with me, except I don't see Ms. Desjardins in the room. So we may want to, my proposal might be to, Ms. Meserve, maybe you have an idea about contacting Ms. Desjardins, please.
Hello. Yeah, we haven't heard from Ms. Desjardins this morning. Mr. Moore and I were texting her this morning, so I'm not sure. I guess knowing we just have these two cross-examiners and it's not impacting the rest of the schedule, maybe we could take an early lunch and come back, and that way Mr. Moore could avoid his conflict. And I guess if Miss Desjardins is not available, then we just won't hear from her today. It sounds like what the solution may be.
And just to thank you, Ms. Meserve, I think I'd be inclined to take that approach, taking an early lunch. But just to confirm from those in the room, I have Mr. Moore and then Ms. Desjardins. Is there anyone else who I have missed who is intending to cross-examine these witnesses? All right, so I think I would agree with that. My proposal would be that we break for lunch and return at 12:30 and pick up there. Mr. Moore, would that circumvent your conflict?
That should be just fine, and I greatly appreciate you and all of you for accommodating me in that respect.
Thank you. And are there any other questions or concerns before we break for lunch and reconvene at 12:30? Then with that, I will see all of you at 12:30 and we will resume then. Thank you. All right, welcome back. It's 12:33. I apologize, I'm a few minutes late. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am hearing Officer Kinsey.
Thank you. And I will look to our team here. It looks like, I think, first I wanted to check with Mr. Moore and possibly Ms. Meserve, but have you sorted out whether, Mr. Moore, you will be proceeding first? And then possibly, I don't know if you've heard from Ms. Desjardins. Any information would be appreciated.
Good afternoon.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe Ms. Desjardins is going to try to come on to do a few questions after Mr. Moore completes his cross.
Great.
She's been occupied this morning, but she will try to come on, is my impression. And I told her she needs to monitor the hearing. So
Thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Meserve. And then Mr. Moore, to you, are you ready? Once we make sure we have everyone here, are you then ready to pick up with your cross?
I am ready when you and everyone else is ready to.
Great. Thank you. We will make sure we have Mr. Krieger. There's Mr. Krieger. Excellent. And we have our 4 witnesses. So with that, I will turn things over to you, Mr. Moore.
Thank you, and thank you all. My name is Roger Moore, and I am here representing one of the protestants, the California Water Impact Network. I would like to begin with questions for Dr. Chilmakuri, and I'm hoping that we can bring up exhibit SWC 100, which should be Dr. Chilmakuri's testimony. Thank you. And if we can, I would like to go to page 3 of the testimony. And specifically paragraph 11, which references the state water contractor's continuing objection to including certain beneficial use and supplemental information references in this proceeding. And on lines 18 to 19, it explains that in part, and here I'm quoting, not every state water contractor member agency is represented in these proceedings. Dr. Chilmakuri, do you disagree with the statement made in the state water contractor's December 6, 2024 notice of intent to appear in these hearings that, and I'm quoting, state water contractors' participation as a party in this proceeding is therefore vital to ensure that the significant interests of its members are adequately considered? I'm trying to get at whether the state water contractors are here to represent state water contractors.
I don't disagree.
And so my understanding is that in addition to the state water contractors organization, that some, although not all, of the individual state water contractors are also participating in that proceeding. Is that your understanding as well?
In that proceeding meeting, DCP, this proceeding that we are here, you mean?
Yes.
That's right.
And for the individual state water contractors that are not participating in this proceeding, would there have been any reason that they could not have chosen to do so, as some did?
calls for speculation.
I don't know. I mean, if you're probing why I said that in my testimony, I will just say that this is focused on DCP, and when it comes to state water project water rights time extension questions, it's broader than just the DCP participants. That's all I'm trying to say here.
And is that because the time extension questions involve other things like permitting conditions?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion, and time extension is an entirely separate proceeding.
I'm going to overrule the objection because I think it's fair to probe what the meaning of this statement is in paragraph 11. So to the extent it relates to Dr. Chilmakuri's intent in paragraph 11, I'll allow the question.
My only point there is that the information requested under the supplemental information request is applicable to broader state water rights, and it's not just limited to adding the new points of diversion, which is the focus of this hearing.
Understood. Dr. Chilmakuri, are you aware that DWR did attempt earlier in this proceeding, although unsuccessfully, to change one of the conditions in its water rights permits within this proceeding?
Vague as to which permit condition?
I think that's fair. I don't know what you're talking about, Mr. Moore. Can you clarify?
And calls for a legal conclusion.
What I am referring to specifically is the earlier attempt by the Department of Water Resources in this proceeding to change the applicable time frame for the water rights permit condition on the time for completion of construction as a purported minor change. I'm not asking for a legal opinion. I'm simply asking if Dr. Chilmakuri is aware that that attempt was made in this proceeding.
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Let's move on. I referred a minute ago to the state water contractor's December 6, 2024 notice of intent to appear in these proceedings, which also includes the following statement. DCP is a necessary project to increase water security and flexibility for SWC's member agencies and their constituents who rely on SWP water for domestic, municipal, and agricultural uses. Do you agree with that statement?
Yes.
I believe that we heard testimony earlier today from Mr. Goshi that Metropolitan Water District, while it has made some decisions to commit some financial resources for parts of DCP funding, it has not actually made a final decision on to approve the Delta Conveyance project itself. Is that your understanding?
Yes.
And I believe that we heard the same thing from another witness for the state water contractors this morning for one of the state water contractors. I believe it was Mr. Eckhart. I guess my question for you is, isn't that the case for all the state water contractors at this point? In other words, none of them have made a final decision on whether or not to approve and proceed with the Delta Conveyance project. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go on to page 6, paragraph 18. And your paragraph here references DWR 312, which in part relies on the referenced guidance document from the state board, and there's a sentence that says on lines 14 through 16, this analysis may not capture total SWP beneficial use or the effect of applying volumetric limits to the DCP. Where, if at all, have total beneficial uses of the state water project been documented in this proceeding?
It calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm simply asking if he knows of the existence of evidence relating to the very thing that he refers to in this sentence.
I think that's fair. Go ahead, Dr. Chilmakuri.
Yeah, again, my what I am saying here is that one of the volumetric limits that were applied in at least one of them, and in that DWR 312, in my understanding, relied on the methodology outlined in guidance document or informed by the methodology outlined in the guidance document. And that my testimony prior to in the paragraphs prior to that, paragraph 18 explains that there are several questions that remain or that result in some uncertainty as to that methodology. And therefore, that uncertainty may result in a different limit than what was applied in DWR 312. And that's all I'm trying to say, is that that analysis may not be capturing all the uncertainties. That's it.
Understood, and I do understand that the state water contractors has objections that have been referenced before and are referred to in your testimony relating to the so-called supplemental information. But I'm going to ask you about something that I don't see in your testimony, which is I don't see any references to the benefits of the Delta Conveyance project under the scenario that would limit the state water project's completion of beneficial uses to that which was dedicated to beneficial use through the end of 2009. Am I correct in assuming that analysis, that the state water contractors have not done that analysis?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Pardon me, I'm fighting a cold today, so please bear with me. Let's go back up to page 1, paragraph 2. Which refers to um, reliance on many technical publications of DWR, and it notes that you've reviewed and are familiar with each of the documents attached as exhibits. So I see your references to what you've relied on from DWR. My question is, for any of the DWR analysis that is within this, that you've referred to in the scope of this paragraph, has the State Water Contractors Organization done its own independent analysis of that, or is it simply relying on DWR?
Just double checking, but in the information I've cited from in paragraphs 3 to 10, for the purpose of this testimony, I only relied on information from DWR.
Thank you. Then let's move to, we're still on the same page. Paragraph 3, line 17 refers to 29 state water project contractors. Are all of those members of the State Water Contractors Organization?
No, only 27 out of 29 are.
Right. And do you know which two are not members?
County of Butte and Plumas Water Agency, I think. I may have their name wrong, but County and Butte and
You're
Plumas.
referring perhaps to Plumas County. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, it was Butte and Plumas. They're the two that are not part of our membership.
Butte County and Plumas County Flood Control and Water Conservation District.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. The last sentence in this paragraph, lines 23 to 24, refers to under existing conditions, the estimated annual delivery of Table A water to state water to SWP water contractors is, and then it quantifies the figure that you see here, 2,202,000 acre feet, which I assume means acre feet per year.
On average, yes.
Okay. Oh, it does say annual delivery. Is the table A there a reference to Table A of the water supply contracts that the Department of Water Resources has with individual state water contractors?
It refers to the the annual maximum volume under each of their contracts under Table A.
Does the 2,202,000 refer to the annual maximums or the annual delivery?
It's the annual average delivery. I was defining what Table A means in my previous
And
statement.
how does the figure that you provide here compare to the total allocation amounts of all contractors that are referenced in Table A?
This works out to be roughly just over 50% of the total Table A amounts for all contractors.
And why do you think that there is such a big disparity between the total Table A amounts and what has been available for annual average delivery?
The number reported here is based on the conditions we have today, meaning that that includes the hydrology, the facility conditions, and regulatory conditions that we have on the project. So it's a product of all the different drivers that exist today.
Do you know whether some of the facilities that were originally designated to be in the State Water Project were not actually built?
I'm generally aware of it. I can't recall any specifics at this time.
Are you familiar with the term paper water as a reference to the difference between the amount of total annual deliveries and what is available for average annual delivery?
Paper, I mean, no, nothing like, no formal definition like that.
Okay.
If you're implying that this number there, for example, there was even just recently in 2023, DWR issued 100% allocation. What I'm reporting here is their long-term average projection of what State Water Project capabilities. It's not about any individual year.
Yes, I understand, and I'm going to move on. I don't want to venture into a territory where you would need to go into something that might be characterized as a legal opinion. So let's go on to the next page, page 2, and paragraph 4. And there is this sentence which has been the subject of some discussion already on lines 1 and 2. The SWP's water contractors pay 100% of the cost of operations, maintenance, and capital of the SWP. Is that the case for example, recreational facilities of the State Water Project?
I'm not an expert on the contract per se, but I know there are contractual terms on how the recreational costs get assigned to State Water contractors. And ultimately, whatever DWR provides or bills our members on their statement of charges, they end up paying.
Okay. And I did not see your CV here, but I think I understood from your prior responses that your training is in civil and environmental engineering. You're not a lawyer, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're not an economist, correct?
Correct.
And am I correct in assuming that you are not here providing testimony as an expert on the State Water Project contract or any other contract?
That's correct.
Okay. And but this paragraph does refer to the State Water Project's contractual obligations. Do you know whether the State Water Project contracts have been introduced into the record in this proceeding?
I don't know.
Since you are testifying on behalf of the State Water Contractors Organization, I'm wondering if if you're not the contract expert, is there someone else at the State Water Contractors Organization who would be relied on for expertise about the state water contracts themselves?
Our legal team.
And I assume that none of the people that are experts have provided testimony here. Is that correct?
Could you repeat that? It was hard to
None
hear.
of the experts from the State Water Contractors Organization in the nuances of state water project contracts have provided testimony here
You mean in this panel?
in this proceeding.
In this panel, I don't think that anyone provided anything about the contract.
Okay.
Specifics.
Now, the last sentence in paragraph 4 from lines 4 to 6 says the public water agencies that contract for the water from the SWP are contractually obligated to pay those costs regardless of how much or how little water they receive in any given year. And I assume that refers to the things that you mentioned in the first sentence here, operations, maintenance, and capital. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Would that even be the case if there were literally zero deliveries from the State Water Project for a given year?
I'm not an expert on contract specifically to answer that, but the contract also includes language about minimum health and safety deliveries, and I don't know the scenario you laid out is possible. But anyway, irrespective of that, I'm generally characterizing what the contract obligates
Okay.
the state water contractor members agencies to do.
And what you're generally getting across is that the amounts that you've referenced have to be paid regardless of the quantified amount of water from year to year.
Regardless of the amount of water delivered year to year.
So would it be fair to say it would likely be a much better deal for contractors and the ratepayers in water plentiful years than years in which water is very short?
Generally, yeah, that's the case. Again, I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of vagueness to that question. But yes, as some of the testimony you heard probably yesterday and today, it was referring to how having higher water deliveries actually lowers the cost per acre foot.
Okay. And now the costs that are referenced here, as I understand what you've laid out, have to do with inclusion within the State Water Project system, right?
What do you mean by inclusion? And
Like to be counted in the charges that would be due, it would need to be it would need to refer to something that is considered within the State Water Project, part of the State Water Project. Is that correct?
You mean as a facility or?
Yes.
Yes.
So it wouldn't apply to, the say the federal Central Valley project or some other water project. It would need to be within the State Water Project.
Again, I'm not the contract expert. There are other provisions in that contract as to what DWR can and cannot do, and what they can and cannot bill our contractor, our members. But my general answer is it has to be a state water project facility.
Okay. Now, the Delta Conveyance Project, to ask a really obvious question, it has not been built yet, right? It is not an existing facility of the State Water Project, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And again, I don't want to ask you for a legal opinion here, But what is your general understanding of the process by which a new facility would become part of the State Water Project?
An objection to the extent it does call for a legal conclusion.
Noted. Thank you.
I don't know all the steps, but at a minimum, it has to be related to the State Water Project water rights and related to the way that water gets used ultimately, or it would be influenced by those factors. I don't know all the process as to if there are specific steps associated with adding a new facility to State Water Project. But I do know that even if this specific project is not exactly identified, but at several points along the way during the design and development of State Water Project, there was a secondary intake considered.
Okay. And do you know whether any of whether any of the approved intakes were facilities that were isolated from delta channels?
Vague as to isolated and object to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, what do you mean by isolated?
Water that is isolated from delta flows so that it might flow around or under, but not through the delta.
Same objections.
Okay, let me ask you again. I don't in any way I don't need or want you to render a legal opinion. Are you aware, as a general matter, that the subject of whether the Delta Conveyance Project specifically is a lawfully designated facility within the State Water Project is the subject of pending legal challenges?
I know there are active validation lawsuits.
Okay. And are you aware of the outcome of any of those validation lawsuits?
No.
Okay. I'd like to just briefly bring up an exhibit that I sent around today. I think it is designated as CWIN 200. This is a statement of decision and judgment rendered on July 16, 2024 in the Sacramento County Superior Court, which issued judgment against DWR's validation of 2020 revenue bond resolutions for the Delta program described in those resolutions. Am I correct in assuming that you did not reviewed this statement of decision and judgment as part of your in preparation for your testimony?
Correct.
Okay. Do you have any knowledge of the positions that were taken by individual members of the State Water Contractors Organization in that validation litigation?
No.
Would it surprise you to learn that I believe 6 of them participated as interested parties and opposed DWR?
Won't surprise me.
Well, it lacks foundation to the extent the witness is not familiar with this proceeding.
Noted. And I think the witness already answered, so we'll see where the next question takes us, Mr. Moore.
Yes, we can move on. Going back to the subject I began with on this paragraph, and I appreciate you bearing with me here. Relating to recreational costs, and again, I don't want a legal opinion here, but I'm wondering if you have any general familiarity with the Davis-Dolwig Act and its classification of recreational costs for the State Water Project.
I don't know the details. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry.
Are you aware of any criticisms from the California State Auditor about DWR's allocation of some regulatory compliance costs of the State Water Project within the rubric of recreational costs that are not charged to the State Water Project contractors?
Vague, lacks foundation, and to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion.
I'm only asking about his awareness and can provide what I don't want to belabor that. I'm just asking about his awareness.
Just with respect to your awareness, please, Dr. Chilmakuri.
I'm not aware.
Okay. In paragraph 6, you referred to the State Water Project serving a significant number of underrepresented people and their communities. Would you think it likely that if there were, say, dramatic spikes in the amount that ratepayers would pay for State Water Project charges, that would be especially difficult for the underrepresented people and communities that you're referring to here?
Calls for speculation and vague, lacks foundation.
I think you do need to be more specific, Mr. Moore.
Okay. You were referring to, in line 13 here, you refer to disadvantage, the State Water Project in part serves a rather high number of disadvantaged communities in California. What I'm asking here is I think a pretty simple question, which is, wouldn't it just be common sense that if there were, for example, large increases in the amount of charges that ratepayers would bear for the State Water Project, that would be a disadvantage for those communities.
Vague as to common sense, and again calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'm not sure
Mr.
what.
Moore, we can
Okay.
just get to the, I think it's so obvious. Where are we actually going with this?
We're going to have him move on. That's where we're
Okay,
going.
thank you.
Okay, let's go on to page 3, paragraph 9 of your testimony, where you're referring to the DWR's delivery capability report, and which identifies the DCP as a climate change adaptation project. Now, I think we probably established this already, but you are not a climate scientist, correct?
How would you define a climate scientist?
Do you have any particular training in climate science?
I have training in hydrology.
Okay. Are you yourself familiar with, for example, national and international frameworks for climate change adaptation?
You are breaking up for me. Do you mind repeating it? Sorry.
Do you have any personal familiarity with frameworks for climate change adaptation, national and international?
I'm sorry, vague as to frameworks. I'm not clear if Mr. Moore is referring to specific documents or a general concept of framework.
Maybe you can clarify that, Mr. Moore. Is this a standardized term that you're using or a title of something?
Yeah, I'm just, he is the state water contractor's witness that is testifying about a climate adaptation here. So I think it's fair to test his knowledge to ask questions about his knowledge of the subject matter.
So you just mean generally national and international? Your question, what was it? Framework standards? You're not referring to anything in particular?
Well, I will refer to one thing in particular.
Okay. All right. I didn't mean to get us far off track. With that clarification that you're referring generally, I think you may need to ask your question again.
Okay, let's go ahead with the general question.
Again, can you restate it, please?
Are you familiar with frameworks that have been adopted by either national or international bodies on the subject of climate change adaptation?
I've reviewed several literature, but I'm not aware of any specific. I can't recall if any of those were specifically frameworks adopted by national or international bodies.
Are you aware of a United Nations climate adaptation framework that includes access to safe and affordable potable water access for all?
No.
Do you have any personal familiarity with the State Water Board's scientific basis report that describes the ecological conditions of the Delta?
Can you please be specific? There are several scientific basis reports.
I think I do not have the exhibit number in front of me. I think one has been introduced in this proceeding.
Again, without seeing which one, I can't be sure, but I am aware of State Board conducting several scientific basis reports.
Let me ask this. in your reference to the DCP as a climate change adaptation project, are you essentially relying on the assertion by DWR in that report? Or do you have some independent analytical basis for drawing that conclusion that is separate from what DWR has set forth in that report?
I'm definitely relying on DWR, but based on my own experience and working within the Delta and understanding how CVP and SWP operations work and the regulations that affect them, how the climate is projected to affect the flows in the Delta, it is my opinion that DCP is the appropriate climate adaptation project for state water project.
On page 3 of your testimony, I believe it's in paragraph 10, you refer to DWR's climate modeling and its conclusions that without the DCP, by, I guess it's 2070, the state water project's average annual water deliveries could be reduced by the amount that you set forth here. Do you know how future state water project delivery reductions would be allocated across state water project contractors?
Calls for speculation.
Overruled. I heard the question as, do you know? So, Dr. Chilmakuri, do you know?
I would speculate, but the only basis for any speculation is that DWR allocates water deliveries based on the table amounts right now.
Do you know if if DWR has entered into final amendments to the state water project contracts for Delta Conveyance project costs and allocations?
They did not.
Okay. Has the State Water Contractors Organization, to your knowledge, modeled impacts to different regions and economic sectors of apportioning state water project delivery reductions to, say, agricultural versus urban users?
No, we haven't.
Okay. And do you know whether DWR has done so?
Could you repeat the analysis that you were asking me to verify, just to confirm, please?
Modeling impacts to different regions and economic sectors within California of apportioning state water project delivery reductions to agricultural and urban users.
And you're saying allocating those different than how they allocate deliveries today?
I'm wondering whether they have modeled different scenarios for that. It's really kind of a yes or no question.
No, it's not just a yes or no. I'm really trying to understand your question. Are you asking me whether they have modeled a different delivery allocation schemes than what's in their contracts? Is that the question?
Yes.
I'm not aware of it.
So your testimony indicates that 56.4% of state water project deliveries are used by urban customers. I believe that's on page 1 of your testimony. Did I recall that correctly?
Yes, it is in my paragraph 3. And as I testified yesterday, it's that those percentages are from a DWR, or this footnote 1, the document referenced in footnote 1, and based on the actual deliveries from 2002 to 2019, except for 2017, wasn't included in that for those years.
So if projected delivery reductions just hypothetically end up falling on agricultural uses, has anything in the analysis ruled out the possibility that the state water project would still be able to supply water to meet urban demand?
Objection calls for speculation.
To the
I'm
extent,
just wondering whether anything has ruled it out. I don't think that's speculative. If
It's
the
just-
answer,
it's overruled, and just to the extent you know.
I can speculate.
okay. I have one more question, I think that goes back to the I guess it would be paragraph 4 again on page 2. You indicated that the state water project water contractors, at least for the categories that you mentioned, would absorb all the costs of the SWP, and I think that I heard you say, and correct me if I'm mistaken, that assuming that the Delta Conveyance project is designated as part of the state water project, that it would operate the same way, correct? That the state water project contractors would absorb those costs?
They gets to absorb costs and also categories that was referenced.
Will you try the question again, Mr. Moore, addressing
Yep,
those issues?
let me try to be a little more direct. When you refer to the state water project contractors paying for the cost of facilities such as if it's included the Delta Conveyance project, is it your understanding that that is for facilities that individual contractors have consented to pay for, or could they be charged for those facilities even if they don't consent?
Sorry, Mr. Moore, you cut out a little bit, and I think Dr. Chilmakuri heard the same thing. And I apologize to ask it. Will you try the question again? It was just at the end that you cut out.
Is it your understanding that the costs absorbed by state water project contractors for the Delta Conveyance project would be borne by consenting contractors only? Or could they potentially end up being absorbed by contractors that have not consented?
Objection to the extent it calls for a legal conclusion or interpretation as to the contracts.
Noted. Thank you.
I'm not asking for a legal conclusion. I'm just asking for his understanding of whether he expects those charges would be borne only by consenting contractors.
Understood.
The only basis for my response is an agreement in principle that was negotiated publicly between Department of Water Resources and participating or state water project contractors. And the AIP, in short, envisions that only the participating contractors would pay for it, Delta Conveyance project.
And
receive only they receive the benefits of the project. Sorry.
are you aware of any statements by, for example, DWR's director indicating that if state water project contractors don't consent to the DCP, that those costs could be imposed anyway?
I'm not aware of it.
Okay. Are you aware of concerns expressed by individual state water contractors about a so-called cram down of costs for facilities such as the Delta Tunnel without their consent?
Vague as to cram down, and I don't know what the foundation for the question is with respect to that.
I'll overrule it to the extent you know, Dr. Chilmakuri.
I'm generally aware that there are concerns by some of our members or their sub-member agencies about potential what you're calling cram down.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Chilmakuri, I appreciate your time. I have no further questions for you.
Thank you.
And I think I can be more brief. I hope so. And I now have some questions for Mr. Goshi. And let's begin here with we'll go to your testimony, and I wonder if we can raise to the screen Mr. Goshi's testimony, which would be SWC 501. And let's go to page 6, paragraph 22. And I'm really referring in a more general way, I think, to the section on SWP affordability. I'll start there. Mr. Goshi, do you know if DWR has conducted a ratepayer affordability analysis of state water project supplies?
I'm not aware.
Okay. Do you know if DWR has conducted an analysis of ratepayer affordability of state water project supplies with the DCP?
I'm not aware.
Any idea why that analysis might not have been done?
Objection, speculative. You can't know what DWR was thinking.
I think that's well, to the extent you have any knowledge, if you would, Mr. Gobi.
I do not.
I'd like to very briefly bring up CWIN Exhibit 011. We may need to scroll down a little bit here, at least that it's not visible on my laptop. Okay, so can you see that this is referring to a 2022 water supply evaluation update done for Zone 7, published in May 2023?
That's what the title says.
Very simple question for you on this one. In preparing your analysis of SWP affordability for your testimony, did you review this report?
No.
Okay. Now let's go back to your testimony, and I'd like to go. So we're back on SWC 501, and I'd like to go to page 4, paragraph 13. And I wanted to ask you about the sentence on lines 10 and 11. Anticipated state water project deliveries through the DCP would not displace Metropolitan's local water strategies. Displace in what sense?
That would be referring to the notion that if DCP was built, local projects would no longer be needed. My testimony here is stating that anticipated state water project deliveries through the DCP would not displace the local water strategies that are part of the overall portfolio.
And your training is in economics, correct?
Yes.
And you're, I'm assuming you are then quite familiar with the term opportunity costs?
Yes.
So, if the estimate of we'll go with EWR's figure for the DCP of call it 20 billion and change proves to be accurate. If that amount of money didn't have to be spent on the DCP, couldn't that buy a lot in the way of local water strategies described in this paragraph?
I don't think that's what this paragraph is referring to.
I know it's not what it's referring to. I'm wondering if you think it would make a difference in pursuing local water strategies for metropolitan or other state water contractors for not to have to absorb that many billions of dollars of costs in this just for the DCP. Do you really think it would make no difference?
Just wanted to mention, there's been no foundation laid that that quantity would ever be charged to Metropolitan Water District.
Understood. Fair enough. I'll make the question then about state water contractors or participating state water contractors generally. If they didn't have to spend, if they and the ratepayers didn't have to absorb the cost of the DCP, wouldn't that just leave a whole lot more money to do investments in things like local water strategies?
Objection to the extent it calls for speculation outside of metropolitan.
That's fair. I think you should limit if you can't, would please limit the question to metropolitan. I believe that would help Mr. Goshi
Yes,
respond.
and so without knowing the specific chair, I will limit the question to metropolitan.
Thank you.
Am I answering a hypothetical that if dollars were, I don't understand what you're asking.
Okay. I don't think it's actually very hypothetical. If Metropolitan ends up approving the DCP, and I realize that you've said it hasn't yet, but if it does, that would mean that Metropolitan would have to bear its share of the charges for the DCP, correct?
Are you saying if we participate, we'll agree to pick up a share of the charges? If you participate,
you have to pay charges for the DCP, correct? Pretty basic question.
Sure, speculative, but I'll assume that.
Okay, and now if whatever that amount of money is, if Metropolitan didn't have to pay that, wouldn't that leave more money to invest in local water strategies?
Also calls for speculation.
To the extent you can answer, Mr. Goshi, please.
I would answer that to that direct question, which I think is intentionally singular. The same is true of any dollar spent on anything that would utilize that hypothetically scarce dollar. That's a truism under that thinking. I don't think the answer. I think the answer to the direct question is, would that be true in the direction of DCP and local strategies?
Okay.
Hypothetically, yes, but just as true the other way, that dollars spent on enhancing local water strategies would compete for the same dollars. And it's hypothetical because I don't think it's been established that those are actually competing at this point.
Now, I was referring before to DWR's estimate of the cost of the DCP. Now I'll give you a different hypothetical, which is, although I think there's some foundation to it if someone starts objecting. Suppose that the cost of the DCP end up not being what DWR has estimated, but several times that. Wouldn't that potentially greatly increase whatever the opportunity costs might be for development of local supplies?
I think there's a lot of assumptions that need to be made about whether there's a stagnant nature on the cost of the other local supplies. That it's difficult to answer when you isolate one factor that way.
Okay. In your analysis of affordability, did you review the bond resolutions that DWR has uh, adopted for the Delta Conveyance program?
I haven't testified to doing an analysis of affordability.
I'm referring here to the discussion of with the subject heading SWP affordability on page 6.
Right. This piece of my testimony shows a sourced document comparing the actual costs of comparable resources.
Right.
To,
And this is for existing state water project water without the
correct.
Without the DC.
Yeah, and I believe that's the basis for the bubbled caption there from the DWR report.
Okay. Do you happen to know whether DWR is already seeking to pledge state water contractor revenue for the Delta Conveyance project?
May I guess to pledge?
Pledge of revenue, yes.
I don't know what that means. Pledge to whom?
Pledge state water contractor repayment of revenue bonds to finance the Delta Conveyance project.
Lack of foundation, witness has never testified to any knowledge of the bonds.
Mr.
Well,
can you just go through if you would like to ask the question, can you go through it again? We have now bits and pieces.
Let me try to cut to the chase on it. Are you aware that DWR has placed that DWR in its validation proceedings on Delta Conveyance program revenue bonds has placed no cap, no upper limit on the amount that could be due for the Delta Conveyance project?
Same objection. We've never established that he has knowledge of any bonds.
Overruled. If you have no knowledge, then just let us know, Mr. Goshi.
Okay, I have no knowledge of that.
Okay, thank you. That's all I needed to know about it, actually. So going back to this chart on page 22, referring to SWP affordability. Now, the numbers here are, of course, the state water project without the Delta Conveyance project, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I do want to add some things about other sources of state water project water. Remind me how long you've been working at Metropolitan Water District?
31 years.
Okay, and during those 31 years, have you ever been involved in a planning process for acquiring state water project water from Kern County Water Agency?
Can you give a more specific definition of acquiring? Like, are we talking about contract entitlement rights?
A transfer, it could be any other. If the answer is that you're not aware of one, that's fine. Any process for acquiring state water project water that you may be aware of from Kern County Water Agency. If you're not aware of any, that's fine. Then the answer, you can just tell me no.
So I've been involved in water transfer discussions and water management discussions with Kern County Water Agency or Kern County agencies. If that's where you were going.
And same question about a planning process for acquiring more Colorado River water from the Imperial Irrigation District. Have you been involved in any process like that?
Yes.
Okay. Now let's go to, let's see, I think it's page 4 of your testimony. And there's a reference in paragraph 13 to groundwater recharge projects and recycled water projects in metropolitan service areas that rely heavily on SWP supply. In your experience planning for groundwater recharge and recycled water project, has Metropolitan Water District looked at options for increasing state water project deliveries that don't involve a new Delta conveyance?
To the extent that we have been looking to maintain state water project, reliability for these types of uses that I described in paragraph 13. Yes.
Are you aware of whether DWR analyzed any non-conveyance alternatives to the Delta conveyance project in its environmental review?
I don't know if the other alternatives in the environmental review would be considered non-conveyance or not. I know that there were other alternatives that were considered.
has Metropolitan conducted its own analysis of how much per acre foot state water project water might cost after the Delta Conveyance project is constructed?
Yeah, not specifically at this point.
Let's go to page 6 of your testimony. And there's a reference to 900, I believe it's in paragraph 24, starting with line 23, to $900 million that Metropolitan has spent since 1994 on conservation actions.
Yes.
So if my primitive arithmetic is right, it's something like $30 million a year if you were to average it among those years. Is that about right? Does that sound about right?
You're saying 900 million divided by the number of years since 1994?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay.
How does that compare to DWR's annual budget? Like, for example, do you know what the 2024 to 25 budget of Metropolitan is?
Metropolitan's budget?
Yes.
Or did you say DWR's budget?
No, Metropolitan.
I think our total budget is approximately $2 billion.
Would it surprise you to find out it's a little over $2 billion?
No, that's what I meant by about.
Okay. And I realize that the amounts might vary from year to year, but if it's on average 30 million for conservation, in your professional opinion, is spending that much out of your total budget adequate in light of the things that you've described in the testimony, like climate change and supply reliability?
May I ask you what would be adequate?
Yeah, I'm asking his professional opinion about whether that fraction of the total budget on conservation seems adequate.
Mr. Moore, I think I don't think you addressed the vagueness issue, at least for me, which is what do you mean adequate for what?
A sufficient expenditure to address the goals, address the concerns that that the testimony purports to attribute benefits to the DCP, like climate change and supply reliability.
Okay, thank you. With that, to you, Mr. Goshi.
I think for a complete answer, it's important to recognize that some of the expenditures on conservation, given that it's structural conservation, as I explained in my testimony, is demand driven. And so, I was willing to say, to agree to your average of $30 million a year over that time period. But certainly when the demand for certain structural programs were highest, the expenditures went up to accommodate the demand to put in those types of devices. I could point to the 2015 period where we expended $350 million on turf replacement, turf removal, because there was a high demand for it. In some years, even if we have money budgeted, the entire budgeted amount isn't taken up by the demand. So I can't speak to specific adequacy of that expenditure.
Okay, thank you. Let's go on to page 7 of your testimony, paragraph 25. And you state that Metropolitan's planning goal is 100% reliability to its service area. Are water savings from conservation included in that supply reliability?
Yes.
Are you aware of metropolitan member agencies that have particularly high per capita water use?
Our member agencies have varying amounts of per capita water use. Yes.
Do you know of any that are, say, over 150 gallons per capita per day?
I think there are.
And in your professional opinion, could the customers of those agencies take additional steps to reduce their water use?
Yeah, it calls for speculation.
Just asking for his opinion.
Overruled.
My opinion is that all users can always look at more efficient ways to use water in their desired uses. You know, the circumstances under which different users from different agencies use water supply varies, so I can't speculate as to whether higher per capita water users necessarily need to conserve more.
Okay. On same page 7, paragraph 26, there's a sentence on line 14 to 15. For example, core supply can come from local supply, imported water, water transfer, and water use efficiency. What's your understanding of what water transfer is as you're using it here?
A purchase of water or water rights from one water rights holder to another, usually on a short-term basis.
How much of Metropolitan's core supply currently comes from water transfer?
I think there may be four to 500,000 acre feet, mostly along the Colorado River, of water that's transferred each year.
In your reference in the same sentence, how would you define water use efficiency?
Synonymous with what people think of as, well, what I think of as structural conservation.
Is your testimony that water use efficiency is just the same thing as water conservation? There are no distinctions between them?
For those that define conservation as structural conservation and not behavioral or request for voluntary or forced mandatory reductions in water use, yes.
Before preparing your testimony, did you review the final environmental impact report for the Delta Conveyance project?
No.
so that means that you are not familiar with, for example, chapter 6 of that document.
No.
And that would also mean that you're not aware, then, are you, that on pages 6-46 and 6-47 of the final environmental impact report, there's an analysis of regional supply availability in the event that the Delta Conveyance project is not built. You're not aware of that?
Not specifically, no.
Okay. And you're not aware that the conclusion drawn there is that coastal Southern California water, that coastal Southern California would have adequate water supply even if the DCP isn't completed?
Asked and answered. He's already said that he hasn't read the EIR, and we don't know what language is being read to us.
Mr. Moore, and this may be, Ms. Sheehan, your audio quality is a little bit rough, but Mr. Moore, I actually didn't catch the end of your question.
Okay, let me ask it a different way, since Mr. Goshi has already testified that he hasn't reviewed the document. I paraphrase the conclusion and I reference the site, which is at 6-47 and 6-46 and 6-47. Others are welcome to check it should they see fit. But I'll just repeat what I indicated by way of paraphrase. That coastal Southern California would have adequate water supply even if the DCP is not completed. So my question to you is, Mr. Goshi, is do you disagree with that statement?
Can we have that pulled up so we can all see what you're referring to?
I unfortunately don't have I think it is probably in one of the many AHO exhibits that are pulled from the FEIR. I don't have it in front of me now, but just in the interest of time, what I like to do is find out whether the witness agreed with the statement that I just made.
And I believe the statement might misstate the EIR.
I think I think it's fair to ask for it in context. Here's two options, Mr. Moore. You may be reaching the end. One option is we could take a break for 10 minutes. We're about due, and you could find the explicit citation, or we could move on. But I think it's fair to see the quotation in context.
I am very near the end, and I don't want to intrude further into others' time. So I think I'll just move on, and I am very near the end here. On pages, Mr. Goshi, on pages 7 and 8 of your testimony, you discuss the Camp 4W and IRP supply planning targets and refer to IRP scenario D, which you describe as based on a future of thriving population and economic growth under the most extreme climate impacted future. My question for you is, do you know if in IRP scenario D, per capita water use increases from current levels?
I don't believe that it does. I believe that it's relatively stable.
Okay, thank you. I believe I have no further questions for this witness. Thank you very much for your time.
Thanks.
And I think I only have one remaining question for anyone else. I could go on a lot longer, but again, I'm doing what I can to move things along. And that question would be for Mr. Eckhart.
Sir.
In response to a question earlier today, I want to make sure I understood your response. Did I hear you say that, in your view, an objective of the an objective of the DCP is to restore our contractual amount?
Well, as I stated before, it took us about 40 years to start importing water from when we signed up. And due to reductions we're all aware of, the long-term average was a lot less than what was anticipated in the 60s. Our investment in DCP brings another tool to further invest in our 60+ years of state water project to try to have the flexibility to utilize the majority of our table A, and with dealing with modern regulation and modern foreseeable climate issues coming down the pike.
So by contractual amount here, you're referring to the total allocation amount
or table A.
Referenced in table A of your state water project contract. Is that correct?
That'd be correct.
Okay. Did you hear or review the testimony of Dr. Chilmakuri earlier today on average annual deliveries of table A water to all state water project contractors?
We talked a lot. You'll need to be much more specific, if you don't mind.
If I understood his response correctly, he indicated that the estimated annual average deliveries of table A water that he referred to were roughly half of the total allocation amounts in table A. Do you have any reason to question that that's accurate?
No, that tracks.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Moore, and thank you to our witnesses. I believe we do have Ms. Desjardins here in the attendee list. Let's go ahead and to my hearing team, if you would please elevate Ms. Desjardins. I just want to confirm her availability, and then it is time for us to take a break. Good afternoon, Ms. Desjardins. I just wanted to make sure you were here and ready to pick up once we return from our break.
Yes, I am here.
Great. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. We will return at 2:23. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I will look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am indeed. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And I see we have most of our witnesses and Mr. Krieger and Ms. Desjardins. We are just missing Mr. Stone, I believe. There we are. And with that, Ms. Desjardins, you may ask your questions of these witnesses.
Thank you, Deirdre Desjardins. I first wanted to ask questions of Mr. Goshi. Ms. Mullen, can you please bring up Mr. Goshi's testimony, exhibit SWC 500, please? Page 8. Mr. Goshi, and you say here that a reliable state water project supply would be a key component of Metropolitan's water supply, correct?
Yes.
Are you aware that DWR was only in a position to guarantee about half the Table A amounts for the state water project contracts?
Objection. There's no foundation allowed for this statement.
Okay, can we please pull up exhibit SC 92, please?
I'm sorry, Ms. Desjardins, did you say SC?
SC 92, yes.
Thank you.
There's some historical bulletins that do document this. And can we scroll down and show Mr. Goshi? Mr. Goshi, are you aware of the Bancroft Library interviews with historic state water project water rights? But let's go ahead and scroll down to the title page, please. There appears to be a problem.
Yeah, it looks like the PDF isn't loading properly. It's large.
Yeah.
Ms. Mullen, we may need to try this again, or it may be that the PDF, I'm not sure if it's corrupt in our files. That's another possibility.
I do have another copy of that, which I can provide.
We'll try again.
Yeah, let me go upload it for a minute too. So there is another one. It's there it is. It just took a little while. It is a large document. So I don't know, Mr. Goshi, if you're aware of this oral history project on California water issues. This is actual documentation of an interview with Bill Warren. I can, if you can acknowledge that that is what this document states. Do you need to see more of the title?
I can acknowledge that that's what the title says. I'm not familiar with this.
Yes. So let's go to PDF page 103, which I think, and 104. Yeah. Try 442.
Page 442?
Yeah, so PDF page 442, document page 103. Okay, so we can scroll back one page, please. To the bottom, just the very bottom. Mark Chall is interviewing Bill Warren, and he states one of the reasons Bill Warren, do you see the statement on the bottom, that one of the reasons Bill Warren was able to offer additional acre feet of water to MWD was because of a plan to augment water in the Delta from the North Coast? Do you see that on the bottom?
I object to the extent we're going to ask more questions about this document. The witness just said he is completely unfamiliar with it.
This does lay the foundation for the question I asked, which is important about the water supply for metropolitans.
I'll allow it and we'll see where we're going here. So please go ahead, Mr. Well, I don't know if you have a question on the table, Ms. Desjardins.
Yeah, so Mr. Goshi, are you generally aware that there was a plan by DWR to augment water in the Delta with water from North Coast rivers?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can I ask the time frame that this question is being asked?
At the time, Mr. Goshi, are you aware that at the time the state water project contracts with MWD were signed, that there was a plan to augment water in the Delta from the north, with water from the North Coast?
Hearing Officer Kenzie, can we put a standing objection on the record as a foundation? Because I know you wanted to allow some of these questions, but rather than reiterate objections, I'd put a standing objection.
Yes, the standing objection is noted. Thank you.
Okay. This is actually, Mr. Goshi, this is a key part of the upstream water supply for MWD's cable contracts.
Ms. Desjardins, I think you need to allow Mr. Goshi to answer the question. I think now there's a question on the table, if I believe.
Okay, go ahead.
So was I aware of this plan now?
So you're not aware. Let's scroll down to the next page, please. Just the top of the next page. So this is Bill Warren, DWR's first director, and he states that they expected to augment the flows on the Sacramento River. And do you see the statement? We were only in a position to guarantee, even with Oroville Dam, about half the 4 million acre feet without additional works. Do you see that?
I see it.
All right, so you are completely unaware of this?
Unclear as to what we're referring to, unaware of what?
Are you completely unaware that DWR was only in a position to guarantee, even with Oroville Dam, about half the 4 million acre feet of state water project contracts without additional works?
Yeah, I was unaware of that statement in this interview because I was unaware of this interview.
So let's scroll down a little, please. Down to where so Mr. Warren says further down here, Chall, the interviewer, says, and that was Warren says the amount of water was 4.23 million acre feet. Do you see that?
Objection. This is hearsay. She's just reading a document that he's not familiar with into the record.
This is very important information about the contracts. Do you see where
Well, Ms. Desjardins, please do make sure you're focused on asking Mr. Goshi his understanding if you're laying a foundation for a further question. Otherwise,
Yeah,
he's not aware
Mr.
of it.
Goshi, do you see where it states further on that about half of the 4.23 million acre feet, Mr. Warren says about half of it would have to be through augmentation?
I guess it'd be helpful if there were line numbers, but
it's it's the second line from the last.
I was trying to read the actual statements to orient Mr. Goshi, but yes. May I?
Are you referring to where it says Warren colon about half of it would have to be through augmentation?
Let me be very clear about which section I'm asking for. Warren says that amount of water was 4,230,000 acre feet. Charles says, and that was supposed to come from ... Warren says about half of it would have to be through augmentation. That's what I'm asking you about.
And what are you asking, Ms. Desjardins?
I am asking, are you aware that about half the water supply was expected to come through augmentation?
I object. As an incomplete hypothetical, we're taking a document that he's unfamiliar with, the witness is unfamiliar with, as fact, and then asking him if he's aware of statements that are in a document that he's never seen.
I think that's fair, Ms. Desjardins. I think Mr. Goshi has stated that he's not familiar with this document or the statements in it. To the extent you're asking about facts, then I think you need to lay a foundation for those facts other than this document, which is hearsay. We can consider it.
It is a contemporary, an interview with Mr. Goshi. Are you aware that Bill Warren was the director of the Department of Water Resources when the state water project contracts were signed, and particularly the contract with MWD?
Yeah, not specifically. I didn't know that.
Are you aware of any of the circumstances of the water supply for those contracts at the time the contracts were signed?
No.
Are you aware of any proposed projects by the Department of Water Resources to augment flows on the Sacramento River at the time those contracts were signed?
No. I mean, well,
I would object. It's unclear what augmentation means, and he just said that he wasn't aware of the contents of this document. So I don't know what it means either.
Let me define augmentation as importation of water to the Sacramento River, as is done from Trinity, on the Trinity River.
But we don't know that that's what Mr. Warren meant in this interview.
I wasn't referring to this. I was just asking about augmentation, and I provided a definition for it.
So your question, Ms. Desjardins, to Mr. Goshi is whether he's aware of plans to enhance the flow in the Sacramento River by import from other watersheds?
The technical term is augmentation that was used at the time.
Well, no, you don't get to define that for me. You can submit the documents and we can ascertain that for
Yeah, I wouldn't recharacterize it as enhancing.
Importation? I mean, I just want to, so the point is that the water is coming from outside of the watershed. Is that the distinction you're making?
Well, if you want to have a definition of augmentation as submitted by Warren, let's go back and go look at it. Warren defines it in the previous paragraph. so that we know at least how he's defining it in this interview. So he does say there are several ways the supply could be augmented. We could augment it in part by getting better control in a delta, which the peripheral canal could do. We could augment it by developing some additional waters in the Sacramento Basin itself, such as on Cottonwood Creek.
Where, and I'm sorry, Ms. Desjardins. Oh, I see at the very top, the top paragraph.
Yes, and then it said we even had a dam named Ishi up here. They haven't built it yet, but it's there. Mr. Goshi, this is what I'm going to ask you about. Then we could augment it by bringing water in from the Eel River or through the Glen complex. Mr. Goshi, isn't MWD involved in trying to get more upstream supply from dams on the from dams that hold water in the Sacramento River?
Objection. Are we asking the context of this document, or are we asking generally if there is some dam project that Metropolitan is doing something about?
I think that the questions are unnecessarily obfuscatory. Mr. Goshi, does this paragraph refer to bringing water in from the Eel River or through the Glen complex?
So Ms. Desjardins, now I am quite confused. All right.
All right.
Let's stick to either asking questions about this document or just ask Mr. Goshi about his, which I don't think is particularly productive because Mr. Goshi has expressed that he is not familiar with this document. Frankly, I'm confused by just looking at this page. I have not reviewed the rest of this exhibit, so I don't know from this page what augmentation means because there's a reference to better control in the delta, which seems quite vague. So I'm concerned about the use of this word augmentation in any of the questions, but if you want to ask Mr. Goshi about MWD's pursuit of other projects that divert Sacramento River water, that's fine. But I think the way to do that clearly is to separate that from this document.
So specifically, this document is regarding upstream supply for diversions in the Delta.
And this is not the time, Ms. Desjardins, for you to testify about what the document says. It's the time for you to ask Mr. Goshi questions.
So I want to ask questions about upstream supply for the State Water Project.
All right, let's do that.
So the question is, historically, are you aware, Mr. Goshi, of historical deficits in the upstream water supply for the State Water Project contracts?
No.
Has MWD tried to pursue more upstream supply for diversions in the Delta?
Objection. Relevance to DCP?
Respectfully, to the extent...
I'll overrule.
Yeah,
I'll allow
go
the
ahead.
question.
Yeah.
In an attempt to be helpful, I mean, are you talking about perhaps Sites Reservoir?
That would be one project.
So I mean, I'm aware of Sites Reservoir.
All right. I think that's enough of this, and I'd like to go on to exhibit I would like to ask Mr. Chilmakuri again, if Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware of deficits in the upstream water supply for the State Water Project Table A contracts?
Vague as to time period.
Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware of deficits in the water supply for the Table A contracts at the time those contracts were signed. The State Water Project contracts were first signed with the State Water Project contractors.
Deficits compared to what, Ms. Desjardins?
If there were deficits, do you know if if the Department of Water Resources was in the position to guarantee providing a reliable water supply of 4.2 million acre feet per year, or for the total Table A contract amounts at the time those contracts were signed?
I'm unaware of the circumstances and what the exact conditions were when the contract signed. I wasn't there clearly, but what I know is that the contract doesn't guarantee our members the Table A amounts, the maximum Table A amounts specified in there.
Okay. Same question, Mr. Eckert. Are you aware of whether DWR had the water supply to guarantee providing Table A amounts to the state water contractors at the time those contracts were signed?
My answer is going to be consistent with the other witnesses. I'm not aware of deficits.
Okay. Can we, I did want to ask, so are you aware of any historic, any of DWR's water supply projections for the firm yield of the State Water Project?
For the what yield part? Can you repeat that?
Firm yield.
Firm yield.
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
was there an objection? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, vague as to firm yield. I don't understand.
Let's go to, can we pull up Exhibit SC99, please? Can we scroll down to the title page? Okay, so this is a bulletin from 1981. And let me ask that of Mr. Eckert. Do you see that this is Bulletin 70, the title page of this states this is Bulletin 7681 from November 1981, State Water Project, Status of Water Conservation and Water Supply Augmentation Plans.
Here's what it says.
Okay, great. Let's go down to PDF page 6.
Hearing Officer Kenzie, in the interest of facilitating the line of questioning, I'd like to put a standing objection on the record as to foundation. The witness has not testified. He's familiar with this document.
Noted, thank you.
However, there is testimony about reliable water supply for the State Water Project. Mr. Eckert, do you see where it says need for additional dependable water supply? It's underlined on this page.
That's what it says.
And it says, it is established that the present dependable water supply of the existing SWP facilities is 2.3 million acre feet per year firm yield. Do you see that?
That's what it says.
Are you aware of a concept of firm yield or dependable water supply?
Yes.
What is it?
Well, it's basically I'm going to think I've got a broad understanding, and I believe that's the number that you can count on reliably. but the source has to fall out of the sky clearly. So you're limited by a higher power.
And Mr. Eckert, do you see where it says by the year 2000, this will decrease to 1.6 to 1.8 million acre feet per year? Ms. Mullen, can you scroll down a little bit so we can see the entirety of that paragraph? As a result of increased water use in the areas of origin, maturity of contractual obligations of the Federal Central Valley Project, and other prior rights. Do you see that?
I do see that. Yeah, the statement's a little confusing because the State Water Project was able to deliver its mostly its full allocation until about 2000. So that's a little confusing to me. Maybe it's a dated statement.
Mr. Eckert, are you asserting that the State Water Project delivered 4 million acre feet a year?
Saying we had a much higher allocations until around 2000. Then we see for the last 25
Mr. Eckert, do you know the difference between, do you believe that the state water contractors always asked for their full table A amounts?
Calls for
I'm unaware.
You're not aware. Do you know what the actual requests were and whether they were for full table A amounts?
I'd have to speculate.
Do you know what the historic reliability of a state water project was if you don't know the actual amounts delivered?
Vague is historic reliability.
Overruled.
You repeat the question?
So you know percent allocations, but if you don't know whether table A contractors requested half their table A amounts or their full table A amounts, do you know whether state water contractors requested half their table A amounts or their full table A amounts? And if so, when?
Going back to the history of the State Water Project, I do not have those numbers.
Okay, Mr. Goshi, I wanted to ask you the same question. With respect to MWD's contracts, do you know if MWD requested half their table A amounts or their full table A amounts historically, starting with the first deliveries?
So it's not a binary question, half or full. I don't believe we requested our full table A amount to be a part of the contract.
I'm sorry, Ms. Now I don't have Ms. Sheehan, your audio is interfering. Unfortunately, your audio interferes with the witness, so we can't hear them speak when you're in. So, and I know you want to be able to object, but if you can put it closer, that would be quite helpful. I'm sorry, Mr. Goshi, can you repeat what you just said?
Yes, I believe that in the early part of the contract that Metropolitan did not request its full table A. And and we have requested our full table A during the life of the contract.
Do you know when the shift was to requesting full table A?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you know what percent of the contract you requested before, MWD requested before requesting the full table A amounts?
Like I said, it's very varied.
Mr. Goshi, are you aware of the definition of dependable water supply and firm yield of the State Water Project?
So, like Mr. Eckhart, generally speaking, I'm familiar with the term. I will say that I've not in my career heard that term associated with State Water Project deliveries.
do you know what the firm yield of this? So if you haven't used that term, do you know what the dependable water supply of the state water project is now?
Could we please, I'm sorry, I need to object. Could Mr. DeJarjan please define what she means by the term?
I'm not testifying.
Yes, but it is your question, so could you please define what you mean when you're asking the question?
So with respect to, I think now you've shifted to dependable water supply.
The document here uses a term, dependable water supply, in parentheses, firm yield. And there is a technical definition of dependable water supply. Perhaps, Mr. Goshi, since it was your question, how do you define dependable water supply?
Maybe let me jump in here, and can I ask you this way, Mr. Goshi, in thinking about the state water project and its operations, I'm going to try my best with this question. What term do you use to discuss the amount of water, or how do you talk about the amount of water that might be expected over a longer term basis as a result of the operation of the project and the deliveries, given that there's up and downs in the hydrology, of course?
So I actually don't define it that way. For the larger part of my career in planning, the department has released studies. Now the study is the State Water Project delivery capability studies, and that provides a range of estimated yields available under certain facilities conditions and climate conditions and land development conditions. And I look at the whole range of outcomes.
So, and Mr. Goshi, let me know if this is fair, that in your experience professionally, you look at a more, what I call a more nuanced assessment of supply based on different variables that might occur. Is that fair?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, that's fair. You said nuanced. I would say more comprehensive.
Sure.
Yeah, wider range of potential conditions. I have looked at, the minimum associated with that distribution of hydrologic outcomes, and may have considered that as like, well, that's the lowest that they're saying it's going to get. I don't, I've never had to officially declare that some safe or dependable yield, but I have thought of it in terms of that's an estimate of the minimum under the worst conditions that are described by that study.
Thank you. And then at times, do you find it helpful to talk about I believe in I'm looking at your testimony. Is it helpful to talk about averages? Do you find that to be helpful as well, over an average over time, an annual average?
For quick comparison purposes, like, one study to another study, you can look at the average, under average conditions. I found that that's a little misleading too, because when you talk about different model runs with different, say, climate change, the average is different. So average conditions under conditions of climate change aren't average conditions, observed today. So, I take the information as such and try to look for the different comparisons or information that's provided by the study.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And thank you, Ms. Desjardins, for letting me jump in. I think back to you and your questions.
So, Mr. Goshi, when you talk about dependable yield, dependability, or you're actually considering the average over the sequence of wet and dry years in calcium 2, or not calcium 2, in the DWR's calcium model. Is that what you're effectively considering when you think about dependability?
I need to object. Now we're talking about calcium runs, and I don't know which calcium runs we were talking about. So is there a specific study that Ms. DeJarjan is asking about? Or Because many model runs, and I don't know which model runs and which analyses is being referenced in the question.
There's a testimony here by an attorney who's not competent in the model. If I could get a question out, I can lay foundation.
I'm sorry, this is an objection, and so I'm just trying to clarify and understand what your actual question is that you posed to the witness.
So, Mr. Goshi, are you aware that the calcium model uses inputs that are based on the historic sequence of wet and dry years, starting, I believe, around 1914?
So I am aware of the modeling technique that uses a sequence of hydrologic years as an estimator of the variation in hydrology that would affect the inputs and outputs of the calcium model.
Yeah.
And I am also aware that at different times in history, calcium 2, calcium 3, that sequence of years was extended or even modified to incorporate projected changes in climate for that purpose.
Thank you. I'm actually looking at what you use to define dependable supply. And perhaps we should go, Mr. Chilmakuri, I wanted to get over to Mr. Chilmakuri, and then we can go and talk more about dependability. Mr. Chilmakuri, I need to ask him, and then we'll go on. Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware of how do you define dependable water supply in considering state water contracts?
Again, the only thing I can rely on the delivery capability or results that DWR puts out every 2 years, which they study the capability of the project and given the current facilities, regulations, land use, hydrology.
So a very basic question, the delivery capability report uses the calcium model, does it not?
Over the years it changed, but yes, generally they use the calcium 3 model right now.
Okay, and so the calcium 3 model has years from when to when?
It has, for the modeling purposes, it has a sequence of from water year 1922 to believe water year 2022 or 2021. I could be wrong on that. But in the most recent delivery capability report, while they are using the historical sequence, they have adjusted the hydrology to reflect the most recent climatological period, which is 1980 to 2010.
19 when?
1980 to 2010.
So, thank you. So when you consider dependability of the State Water Project, you're considering the average over those calcium years?
Again, it depends on what the purpose of what the consideration is, what is the question we are trying to answer. But in general, if we are trying to understand what the capability of SWP on an average basis, we use that average number, which is what I reported in my testimony. I think it's about 2.2 million acre feet under the current conditions.
And so, Mr. Chilmakuri, you don't consider what dependable water supply would be under an extended drought?
Again, we have information in the delivery capability report on how much water State Water Project is capable of delivering in 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, 4 year. I mean, all extended drought. I mean, they have information in there that often we use in our planning activities.
Okay, let's bring up, and now is a good time, let's bring up Exhibit SWC 100, page 1. And I'd like to go down to line 23, please. So, Mr. Chilmakuri, you state under existing conditions, the estimated average annual delivery of Table A water to state water project contractors is 2,202,000 acre feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's from the delivery capability report, correct?
Yes, that's the 2023 delivery capability report.
And that's an average, and that's the average over all of those years.
Correct.
Yeah.
All the years in the calcium simulation period.
So, Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware that the Southwest United States has seen a mega drought since 2000, and that it's the worst in the last 1,200 years?
I'm not aware of that exactly, but again, as I said, the hydrology inputs that DWR used in this modeling for 2023 delivery capability reports reflect the most recent climatological period, reflecting the most recent hydrologic conditions.
Mr. Chilmakuri, I think you said DWR uses the climate period 1980 to 2010.
That's the
The
most
30-year average, yeah.
That's the most recent climatological period average.
So why do you think that would reflect drought conditions since 2000, between 2000 and present?
They included those drought conditions and adjusted them to reflect. So my point is that is the best representation of the most recent conditions of what, according to DWR, in terms of the hydrology experienced in the Central Valley.
Mr. Chilmakuri, do you believe that DWR included the effect of temperature on Sierra watersheds in that adjusted hydrology?
They have taken into account the warming that has happened historically.
How have they done that?
I can't get into the specifics. There is an exhibit that was shown yesterday. I believe it was DWR 214, which was a peer-reviewed report. You can take a look at that.
Why did you think so you think that DWR is including effective temperature on watersheds in their adjusted hydrology? Is that correct?
They have taken into account the warming that has occurred historically.
And that opinion is based on representations by DWR to you?
It is based on a report that was peer-reviewed.
Have you actually read the report?
I did.
And so let's bring up exhibit DWR. Is it 214?
I believe that's right. Let's bring it up.
Yeah, let's bring it up. And Mr. Chilmakuri, if you can show me where it says they took into account temperature in the watersheds, I would appreciate that.
There should be, okay, let's bring that up.
Let's make sure this is the right document. Is this the?
Actually, this was the document we were seeing, but there should be another document going along with it. I'm sorry, I don't know the exhibit number, but it should be called, let me see. Should be called climate adjusted historical documentation final. So I don't know if the file name would be the same, but it's a document that describes how DWR has adjusted the historical hydroclimate data to reflect the most recent climatological period, the hydrologic conditions in the most recent climatological period. And I believe that is the and that report has been peer reviewed. This is not the one, though. I'm sorry, I gave you the wrong exhibit number. I don't know the exhibit number, the other one, for the other document.
So,
It
Ms.
should-
Desjardins, where would you like to go from here? Do you want to move?
Yeah, I think that's enough. I didn't bring up that specific one. I did want to say, Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware that droughts on the west coast of California originate from deficits in moisture transport from the Pacific Ocean?
Again, that's too. I can't say that's the only reason, but that is a factor.
Please bring up exhibit DDJ 72. Mr. Chilmakuri, can you see that this is a document, a Nature Water publication entitled Unraveling the Origin of Atmospheric Moisture Deficit that Leads to Droughts?
I can see it.
Can we go down to page 3?
Same standing foundation objection.
And can we zoom in to the graph in figure 1?
By graph, you mean these?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It is a map of a Mr. Chilmakuri, do you see where it states conditional probability of drought occurrence given an equivalent moisture deficit from oceanic or terrestrial origin on an annual scale? It says figure 1.
I can see that.
Yeah. And can you see in figure A, where it states moisture deficit from oceanic origin for SPI timescales of 1 month?
I can see that statement.
Do you know what SPI means?
No.
It's standardized precipitation index. Do you know what the standardized precipitation index is?
No.
I will define it for you. It is the percent, it is moisture relative to the normal moisture of a particular region. So it is a way of comparing precipitation deficits over different areas in a standardized way.
Objection to the extent that this is testimony.
It noted, and I'm concerned. Ms. Desjardins, when you use the word normal, do you mean that in a mathematical sense? What do you mean by normal?
It's the I can't get into it without getting too much more technical, and if I can't, yeah.
Let's cut through this. I'm concerned about where this is going. It's a lot of foundation for what I'm concerned may not be an appropriate question.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so it's just that, do you see that on the West Coast, the conditional probability of drought occurrence given an equivalent moisture deficit from oceanic origin is high.
As depicted on this in this figure.
As depicted in figure 1A.
Yeah. Yeah.
Witness has not testified that he is familiar with this, so I'd base an objection on that.
Noted. And so, Ms. Desjardins, I am pushing you once again.
Okay, so that's fine. So, Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware that there has been a global poleward shift in atmospheric rivers?
Ms. Desjardins, this is an appropriate time to ask Mr. Chilmakuri about his testimony and how his awareness about certain things may relate to his testimony.
Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware of changes in atmospheric rivers, landfall shifts, climate shifts in atmospheric rivers, landfalling in California?
Lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained. I'm trying to.
I can provide foundation for this. I'm sorry if it's technical. I just established that those are the source of droughts.
What I'm trying, I am trying to help you, Ms. Desjardins, get to questions that may elicit helpful testimony, which would be helpful if there are particular aspects of Dr. Chilmakuri's testimony that you are seeking to challenge, and you're asking whether he came to certain conclusions based on certain what you allege as facts about the world based on the evidence that you've submitted. I think that would be appropriate, but to generally ask Dr. Chilmakuri about whether he is aware of certain allegations of fact, I don't think is helpful or productive here. So I really am asking if you can connect your questions to specifics about the Delta Conveyance Project or his conclusions, particularly his conclusions about the Delta Conveyance Project. That I think might be helpful.
Respectfully, Mr. Chilmakuri, if you're not aware, are you aware of the weather? Are you aware of trends in precipitation? Are you aware of climate effects? Recent studies of climate change effects on precipitation in California?
Vague as to recent studies. Maybe there's a specific study.
I'm just cited a recent study, but apparently it's too technical. Apparently, specifically, are you aware of recent studies showing a reduction in precipitation in California?
Ms. Desjardins, this question suffers from the same problem, and I'm trying to bring it to your attention, which is that you need to connect. I want to know the next step in this question. Not what Dr. Chilmakuri is or is not aware of is actually not particularly helpful for me. What would be helpful is to connect that to his particular conclusions and why, in your opinion, or you're trying to lay the foundation to show that it calls those conclusions into question. What is the connection here? Bring me back to the testimony.
Just a minute, I need to bring up the actual testimony. Scroll over. And I apologize. There it is. So Mr. Chilmakuri, you state on, let's go to exhibit SWC 100, page 10. I mean, sorry, page 3, line 7, paragraph 10. So Mr. Chilmakuri, you state that DWR model climate conditions and SWP capability with and without the delivery capability report, correct?
I'm sorry, I think you are misstating what I said there.
Mr. Chilmakuri, it states, paragraph 10, as part of planning for DCP, DWR model climate conditions and SWP capability with and without the DCP, correct?
Correct.
And it states that in 2070, if DCP were added to the SWP, it would replace 440,000 acre feet to 460,000 acre feet of the supply that would have been lost to climate change.
Correct.
Are you aware of the uncertainties in those numbers?
Vague as to uncertainties.
Are you aware, Mr. Chilmakuri, that there are uncertainties in the projections of climate models on precipitation, in climate model projections of the effects of climate change on precipitation in California?
Yes, there are a wide range of climate projections. My understanding is this analysis considered the 64 global climate model projections downscaled to California, and for about 2070 conditions, around 2070, they looked at the median changes in precipitation and temperature and used that information in developing the inputs to the CalCen 3 modeling that led to these numbers. So I would argue that they did consider the uncertainties in projected climate changes.
Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware of ways in which the climate models fail to capture the observed trends in precipitation on the West Coast of North America?
I'm not an expert on the global climate models, a global circulation model site.
Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware that climate models fail to capture observed trends in the Pacific Ocean that are associated with precipitation on the West Coast of North America?
Objection vague as to models and timing.
I have an exhibit I can bring up if it would be helpful.
I think we will have to go in that direction.
Okay. Mr. Please bring up exhibit SC 39.
And I think that the question will be whether Dr. Chilmakuri is aware of these studies. And if his answer is no, I don't think that there's any further place to go with it, but we'll start with this.
Mr. Chilmakuri, this is a study of patterns of warming in the Pacific Ocean. And it's a synthesis of opinions of climate scientists from all over the world. And this paper is entitled "Patterns of Surface Warming Matter for Climate Sensitivity." Do you see that?
I see it.
And are you familiar with any of this research?
I'm not familiar with this document you're showing me.
Are you? Let's scroll down to page 4. Okay, and let's try and bring this graphic up.
Objection, given that the witness is not familiar with this document, I would object to this line of questioning as lacks foundation.
Specifically, this is about how climate models fail to capture the pattern of warming. And
Ms. Desjardins, this is all appropriate for your testimony, possibly, for your closing brief, for your argument. But Dr. Chilmakuri expressed that he's not aware of this paper, at least. If there's a particular conclusion.
I just wanted to say, Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware of the differences between observed warming trends in the Pacific and the climate model projections? And for reference, as shown by this illustration.
So are you aware of any such differences, Dr. Chilmakuri?
I'm not aware of. I know that the global circulation models aren't perfect. I know that, and that's one of the reasons why DWR is using 64 projections, sort of 64 different model projections of what the future climate would look like. And I think they have used the best available information and best methodology at the time this analysis was conducted.
Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware that this difference is in all 64 climate models?
I already answered.
And lacks foundation, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Okay, that's good. Now, Mr. Chilmakuri, let's go back to your testimony, or if I could go, Mr. Chilmakuri, you stated that the Delta Conveyance project, yeah, here we go. You say that the Delta Conveyance project would mitigate the effects of climate change on line 5 and 6 on the SWP deliveries by restoring a portion of the SWP capability, correct?
Correct.
And do you believe that includes addressing sea level rise?
Yes, the sea level rise was accounted for in the without DCP modeling.
So, and specifically down, and you say in 2070, if DCP were added to the State Water project, it would replace 440,000 acre feet to 460,000 acre feet of the supply that would have been lost due to climate change. And I assume that you believe that those numbers are taking into account sea level rise impacts on the Delta with the DCP.
The modeling that underlying those numbers accounted for 3.5 feet sea level rise and associated salinity intrusion, and the response the State Water Project and Central Valley Project would have to that. And after taking that into account, in addition to all the other factors we've discussed, this is the estimated long-term average benefit of DCP.
So, Mr. Chilmakuri, would 3.5 feet of sea level rise result in potentially failure of Delta levees?
Calls for speculation.
To the extent you know, Dr. Chilmakuri.
Are you asking me? Would I?
Yeah. Mr. Chilmakuri.
Ms. Desjardins, are you rephrasing the question?
Yes, Mr. Chilmakuri, part of concerns for sea level rise, future sea level rise impacts on the Delta include potentially potential overtopping or failure of delta levees. Is that true?
Potentially.
Do you think that delta levees could fail with 3.5 feet of sea level rise?
I can't speculate.
So when you say in 2070, if DCP were added to the State Water Project, you're not actually taking into account are you actually taking into account the potential failure of delta levees, or do you feel that's too speculative?
That is speculative. What was done, I can explain that part. What was done was there was a three-dimensional hydrodynamic and water salinity transport model called SCHISM, where this 3.5 foot sea level rise was modeled. The expected response in the salinity flow salinity relationship was then translated into the DSM-2 model, which is a one-dimensional model, and also the artificial neural network, which is included in the calcium-3 model, which reflects the flow salinity relationship under different sea level conditions and different flow conditions. So that's how the effect of sea level rise was captured in the calcium-3 model, and its effect, the effect of sea level rise on the CVP and SWP operations was captured through that model, that logic.
Thank you so much. I have some specific questions about that model.
Let me jump in, Ms. Desjardins.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 15 more minutes with this witness. We've been going on for over an hour now, not with this panel. So I'll give you 15 more minutes, but I wanted you to know so you can prioritize your questions.
Yeah, this is actually the last question. So,
Right.
But I do need to get to it. So can we please go to Exhibit AHO 1047, Appendix 5A, Section F. Mr. Chilmakuri, are you aware of this description of the schism modeling that was done for the Delta Conveyance project?
Yes.
Okay, so can we go to page F10, please? F10. There we go. Sea level rise assumptions. Okay, can we go back a little bit? Okay, where scroll down to line 24. So where it says F6, sea level rise assumptions and implementation. Are you aware of this section?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go down to the paragraph beginning with line 24 so we can see the whole thing. So do you see where it says it states the horizontal space was not expanded to accommodate sea level rise, except for some upstream extensions of riverine reaches described in section F43. Are you aware of that? That the mesh was not expanded?
Yes.
And are you aware, following that, it says in particular, overtopping onto subsident delta islands or low elevation marshlands along the bay were not considered. This is sometimes called a glass wall approach and assumes that existing levee elevations would keep up with increasing sea levels.
I see that.
So are you aware of this assumption?
Yes.
And do you believe that delta levees will be raised to keep up with sea level rise up to 3.5 feet?
I can't speculate, but I can say why this is a reasonable assumption for the purposes of reflecting the sea level rise effects in analyzing DCP impacts, if you'd like.
Respectfully, if you can't speculate, isn't this an extremely speculative assumption?
When you do it, yeah.
Go ahead. I think Dr. Chilmakuri was about to explain, so please go ahead and explain.
When you do, I mean, when you're doing a planning analysis, you use conservative assumptions when you have large speculativeness or uncertainties to make sure that we are trying to understand the worst case impacts. And this is one of those assumptions as far as salinity, flow salinity relationships are concerned. This is a worst case assumption. So that's why it's justified to be used here. And in addition to that, you can read in the last sentence on lines 30 to 31, there was an extension of the grid performed as a special study in YOLO bypass to reflect potentially how much additional area could be opened up if there were a levee overtopping, which also just to verify if that glass wall assumption was reasonable or not. And you can read through the conclusions in the rest of the report that explains why that's a reasonable assumption.
So, Mr. Chilmakuri, what modeling or what study shows that assuming all of the none of the delta levees fail with sea level rise is the worst case assumption?
For the salinity transport, again, based on the modeling included in here, and as I said, at the special study that is listed in lines 30 and 31 here, both of those are basis of my statement.
Respectfully, Mr. Chilmakuri, it says 30 and 31 says overtopping of levees and berms into adjacent land was not considered except in the special case of YOLO bypass. You stated, so why do you think that this shows that there was adequate, that this particular modeling reflects worst case salinity intrusion?
Objection asked and answered.
Go ahead, Dr. Chilmakuri. Overruled.
So I already answered it, but again, you can look at that special case of YOLO bypass. That's a sensitivity analysis of the same model where the grid was expanded significantly as a surrogate to levee overtopping by adding additional area where the water can flood or move into, just to see if that by opening up that additional area, would the salinity response be, or salinity increases be greater than without opening? And as you can find those conclusions. I can't exactly specify where exactly in this report, but that special study results, comparing that results from that special study to the studies with the glass walls, they found that it's a reasonable assumption to make with the glass walls. And you can, again, if we scroll down, we can go through the report and look for those statements.
I think, given the time, I just want to thank you, Mr. Chilmakuri. Mr. Goshi, I wanted to ask you, so Metropolitan Water District is concerned about the impact of sea level rise on the Delta, is it not? And on water supplies. And so in your testimony that you believe that the department, that this project will help ensure reliability of state water project exports. And is that based in part on assumptions that the Delta Conveyance project would address salinity intrusion in the delta from sea level rise?
Not specifically. I think relying on the same DWR analyses and understanding what the different assumptions are and seeing the need to fix assumptions like Dr. Chilmakuri was just explaining in order to see the impact of with project or without project, I think is appropriate in that case. I don't.
Mr. Goshi, if Delta Islands do flood in the future, what are Metropolitan's water district's plans for dealing with that?
Objection, incomplete hypothetical. We don't know from the question where the levee failures would occur or how many would occur in the scenario.
Mr. Chilmakuri, let me rephrase it. Mr. Chilmakuri, if there are multiple Delta Island failures due to sea level rise in the Central Delta due to sea level rise, what are Metropolitan Water District's plans for dealing with it?
Are you asking me just to confirm? Or
Mr. Goshi, sorry.
Right, can you repeat that question? I thought you were asking.
I apologize. Mr. Goshi, if multiple islands in the Central Delta flood due to sea level rise, what are Metropolitan Water District's plan to deal with the flooding and deal with the flooding?
So Metropolitan has taken actions to prepare on an emergency basis for restoring a freshwater pathway to shorten the time or the duration of an outage associated with that. I don't have the specifics on that, but I know that we've invested time, staff, and money into those studies. And I think the flexibility afforded with the DCP gives the second point of diversion that could potentially help to ameliorate the same type of emergency situation that you're describing. And so I don't know if that counts as a plan, but I think that the freshwater pathway preparation would count as a plan.
Mr. Goshi, do you know how much the project would, quote unquote, would help to ameliorate?
No, I don't know.
You know, thank you. Okay, that concludes my questioning. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Desjardins. And I'll look to my team. We can bring down this exhibit. I believe at this point we have completed cross-examination by the protestants of these witnesses. I will try to keep this very brief on the hope that we can finish with this panel today. But I do have a couple of questions for the witnesses from the AHO team. So bear with me while I pull this up. And I believe my first question is for Dr. Chilmakuri in reference to paragraph 10 of your testimony. I'm happy to pull that up, but you may recall that paragraph 10 of your testimony refers to a 2070 level of climate change. Does that seem familiar to you?
yes.
Is the model that was used to estimate these impacts from the 2070 level of climate change, do you know, is it in the evidentiary record or the model results? Is that in the evidentiary record?
Yes, I think we referenced it as SAC 4, I believe, yesterday.
Okay. Thank you. That was easy. Let's see. Next one. So, and I wanted to follow up, there was an exchange, I believe, between you, Dr. Chilmakuri, and about this 2070, probably related to when we brought up this SAC4 reference. Oh no, this was DWR 214. Can we bring up DWR 214, please? Ms. Mullen. And if we can go to page, it's coming up on my PDF as 5-45. And Dr. Chilmakuri, as I think it's, there we go. We'll get there. As I recall of the exchange, and I apologize because I don't have the transcript in front of me. There was a discussion as to whether this report, to your knowledge, and if you don't know, just tell me that you don't know, a discussion of whether this report relied on a 2018 California Ocean Protection Council guidance document. Do you recall somewhat that back and forth with Ms. Meserve?
I do.
And Ms. Mullen, can we please scroll down, I think, about a paragraph here? I believe the reference is on this page. I'm not trying to hide the ball. And I believe, if I recall your testimony right, that you said that it was your understanding that this document did not rely on the 2018 guidance. Is that correct?
Correct. And if I can clarify something, I also said I thought this document did not include anything about sea level rise assumptions, and I was focused on the projected hydrology changes only. And I did say that I wouldn't mind stand corrected on whether if that was referenced in here at the end of it. I did review it, and I know the data, sea level rise projections that were used in the delivery capability report are covered in this report. And my understanding is that the assumptions are based on the scientific information that's available in 2022, and not the 2018 Ocean Protection Council guidance. And furthermore, that the information that DWR relied in this report is at least a part of the basis for the 2024 Ocean Protection Council guidance.
Thank you. That is exactly where I was going to go. And just for the record, if we can scroll down, Ms. Mullen, to the rest of this paragraph that we just see the top of. Sorry, wasn't very clear. I believe that maybe you can take a brief look at this paragraph. Is that your understanding of this paragraph in the report?
Exactly. Yes.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify all of that for the record. I believe my next question is for Mr. Stone. Let's go to your testimony just because it will help me. That's SWC 400, please, Ms. Mullen. And page... No, am I doing the wrong thing here? Let's see. I'm sorry. Mr. Goshi's testimony, so this question is for Mr. Goshi, which is SWC, I believe it's 500, although my printed copy says 501, but I believe it's 500. There we go. And if we can go to page 7. At the bottom in paragraph 28. Mr. Goshi, you reference in paragraph 28 and continuing, well, in paragraph 28, you reference a core supply. And when you refer to core supply here, would you expect that the Delta Conveyance project, if it's constructed, would contribute to that core supply?
Not exactly. From a planning perspective, I define core supply as supplies that are available every year. And that's to differentiate that versus a flexible supply. One that like a water transfer that you may be able to procure on an as needed basis. And to differentiate both of those against a storage-based supply. So these are terms that Metropolitan uses to describe the type of supply that was used in this case to estimate generalized targets and needs. Specific projects like Delta Conveyance wouldn't necessarily mimic a core supply exactly, but we can use the same framework to evaluate how much of the needs it actually meets.
So Delta Conveyance would be somewhere between, I'm trying to just pin down what you mean. It'd be somewhere between core supply, a supply like a water transfer that's available now and again, and also possibly storage, kind of a mixture of these things?
It'll behave in a way that it's operated, I guess, and provide an annual yield or month, a delivery that is going to be based on its regulation and integration into the system. Again, for planning purposes, though, I use these definitions to try and give a generalized kind of mix of investments that we might need to make to maintain reliability under the different scenarios. So, yeah, that, like the best definition I can give you of a core supply is like a water recycling plant that or a seawater desalination plant that produces 50,000 acre feet a year in and year out. So Delta Conveyance wouldn't do that. It would augment state water project supplies, but not in a fixed amount and not necessarily every year.
Understood. Thank you. And for exactly the type of definition and explanation about core supply versus other types of supply, would the appropriate place to look be the 2020 IRP? Does that include those definitions?
Yeah.
Great. Thank you. And I believe I just have one more question. This time for Mr. Eckert. And this is somewhat of a general question. I don't think we need to go to your testimony, but in your testimony, you reference a number of sources of imported supplies for the water agency. And I was wondering if you have a range or a general estimate or can describe for me the relative percentage of, which I know will change, but the percentage of supplies that are not imported, that are native, if you will, to the watershed or the groundwater basin. You're on mute, Mr. Eckert.
It's in our urban plan, so I'd have to go look that up. We do rely on natural yield. It's with return flow. I believe it's over 50%, of native. But again, I don't want to get too far ahead of our urban plan. We are, and we continue to develop recycled water. And anytime we import water, we get to use it multiple times due to all the investments that we're making locally. So we stretch that as far as we possibly can. That's that's a long-term strategy of our portfolio is to use it more than once. So whether it's native or whether it's imported, we are spending a lot of time, effort, and money with our local regional partners to develop recycled water programs that use whatever source of water multiple times. So, and State Water Project is included in that.
Thank you. Those are what we have. So with that, I will turn to you, Mr. Krieger. You're welcome to take 5 minutes if you need it, but my question will be, do you have a redirect for these witnesses?
Thank you, Hearing Officer Kenzie. I would appreciate 5 minutes to make that decision. We'll be right back.
Great. We'll return at 3. I'll go ahead and make it 3:58. Thank you. All right, welcome back. I'll look to our court reporter. Are you ready for us to go back on the record?
I am, thank you.
Thank you. And I will look to you, Mr. Krieger. Do you have redirect for your witnesses?
We do not.
Thank you. Then with that, I believe we have concluded our time with this panel of witnesses. I wanted to thank all of you very much for your time here, your attention, your responses and very thoughtful and careful responses to the many questions. Thank you very much, and you are excused.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And with that, I believe we can wrap up. We had, I think, some minor procedural questions. Mr. Krieger, I don't know if at this time you have it, but do you have a general estimate of time to cross-examine the protestants' first three witnesses?
We would request 30 minutes of cross for each of the witnesses.
Thank you. And then Ms. Meserve, I see you. Thank you very much. Do you, and maybe on behalf of the group, which I would appreciate, have estimates for cross-examination of State Water Contractors Panel 2? And you are on mute if you don't realize. There we go.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes, I grabbed a couple estimates here. Shall I go over them individually?
Please, that would be quite
Okay.
helpful.
Okay, so I've got Central and South Delta 1 hour. For myself, San Joaquin, 45 minutes, Sacramento et al., 30 minutes, Seawind, 45 minutes, No Cross from CISPA, Deirdre Desjardins, 1 hour and 15 minutes.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I think that adds up to, yeah, it's three, 4, little more, little north of 4.
Yes. With that, I mean, hopefully we can finish on the 18th, though. That would be the ideal. With that, it looks to me that we will be taking tomorrow off calendar. I did want to correct something I said. I think last time Mr. Schutz observed that there was no easy way to tell which dates were still on calendar, et cetera, and I think I agreed with him. Turns out my team is ahead of me. The calendar that is posted to the AHO webpage does include the current hearing dates, include and exclude the ones that have been taking off calendar. So that is a good resource for now of what we have coming up. Based on this estimate, it looks to me like we may get through panel 2 on the 18th. Does that mean, and I don't have Sac County, I believe is it Dr. Paulson who was scheduled to be first of the protestants' witnesses? It's what my memory is telling me. And I believe her availability was unavailable through the 17th. I'm again going on memory, but was available the 18th. So I don't know if there's someone online who can confirm that Dr. Paulson would be available to at least start the summary of direct testimony on the 18th, assuming we finish with State Water Contractors Panel 2. If we can please elevate Ms. Tabor. Thank you very much.
Yes, and according to the list we gave, that it does sound correct.
Yes, good afternoon, Hearing Officer Kinsey. Dr. Paulson is prepared to go on the 18th if that is the way the schedule works out.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Are there other procedural issues we should address at this time before we break? We will take tomorrow off calendar and then reconvene on the 18th starting at 9 a.m. Is there anything else?
I would just add, Hearing Officer Kinsey, that I think and we can discuss this on the 18th, but I think because of Dr. Rosenfeld's unavailability, it may require some rejiggering of the ordering, after Dr. Paulson
Yes, that makes sense. And let's look at it on the 18th. We do have a pretty good break, so we'll still be well in advance. Let's look at it on the 18th. We'll see if we get to Dr. Paulson and we'll have a better sense of where we are. But thank you for bringing that up.
And then one other matter with respect to the tour, as we indicated yesterday, we're going to go back and take into account the discussion that we had regarding the proposed tour dates and whatnot. But I would ask that the hearing officer and the team keep at the very least, keep the September 23rd, tentatively on calendar for a tour date. It seems to be out of the 2 tour dates that were proposed in your were suggested in your email from last week, the least problematic and may be possible to do the South Delta portion of the tour. So I just wanted to make sure that that would at least stay on the table, and we hope to be able to get something more concrete to your office and team very shortly.
Thank you. We will keep that on as a potential site visit date, September 23rd. And the hearing team will reserve it on our calendars as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there anything else before we adjourn for today? All right, with that, we are adjourned. I will see you on the 18th. Thank you very much.
Thank you.